Hello and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. The Ghoul Gang is back at it again. Here we are. We got the symbol of Western imperialism here with us tonight for episode 10 of Ghoul Gang Rising. This is the
Rising
show. Yeah, this is a weekly show where we dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the previous week. And we got some doozies tonight to dunk on. So with that, let's get into it.
This was quite the week to be monitoring foreign policy updates. Not a good week to be us. Let's just say that much.
Yeah.
We took some L's this week.
No, I was talking about this on a recent live stream. We didn't take any L's. Let's be clear about that. The Hawks did not take any L's. The people of Afghanistan took a massive L. The people of the world took an L. And those that are going to die in the future, 9/11 took an L. For us, we're privileged Western. We're going to be fine. So this was a loss for the people of Afghanistan. So thanks. I was going to say Obama. Thanks, Biden. Yeah.
I mean, on this front, you may as well have said that. And we're gonna get into that. But right before we do, I think it's impressive that we've made it 10 episodes, 10 consecutive weeks, and we didn't blow our brains out watching terrible videos. That is a feat. So, looking back, it's been a lot of fun. We've had some really awesome guests. Of course, we had Billy Bong. We had Mike, the Progressive Apostate. We had Jay, the War Kettle. And, definitely stick around. There's more to come. I hope that everyone who watches this show now or in the future subscribes to Kevin. We can get him over 600 subs, and this is where we're home to roost, man. We've got a lot to cover. Basically, the content for this show never goes away. There's always something. And do you have any thoughts on the course of the show so far, Kevin?
Yeah, well, I'll say as far as 10 goes, understand something to everybody out there. We're just getting started. Like, that's the thing. A lot of people look at this and say, oh, you don't have very many views, or, oh, like, why do you make so much content if there aren't that many viewers or anything? It's like, understand something. We're just getting started. We have the weekly show here where we dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the previous week, but I have 13 other videos each week on this channel. So every week, if you tune in, it's 2 videos a day. And here's the thing, right? People out there will say, oh, they're small right now or whatever. Understand something. Here's what's more terrifying to our opponents. Not some dude who's got 100,000 subs that uploads a video twice a month. Some dude that's got less than 1,000 but consistently uploads, in this case, 14 videos every week going forward. Because here's the thing, you can imagine how much content we're going to have once we do get bigger. And Reece is already close to 10,000, so go and subscribe to him if you haven't done so yet. Also, I know about 30% of you guys from the last month aren't subscribed to the channel. Even if you're a hate viewer, it's easier for you if you're subscribed, because then you can be notified of when I'm going to be going live. So you can leave your dislike and post your cringe and all that kind of stuff. Doing yourself a favor as well. So I see, my internet connection has been dropping big, so it's really bad right now.
That's a big L. It seems fine at the moment. It's just the quality of the cameras. The audio is fine. It's just the camera that is a little iffy. But no, I mean that's kind of the benchmark of a dedicated content creator. Even if you don't have the biggest following in the world, the following appreciates having regular content.
Well, we have the community. Like, we literally have the community. We've already got, at least at this channel so far, a dedicated crew of people that'll either come on here or like a wider audience that watches all the live streams. There are people, around the world that watch every show that we do here. And the thing is, like I said before, I could have 2 viewers. And if the patron gang keeps up, where we're at right now, very close to 100 again, it's always going to be 14 videos a week. Like, that's up to the patron gang. That's not dependent on how many views we get. Obviously, we're going to get more views down the road. There is going to become, there's going to come a time when we'll have more views for Ghoul Gang Rising reacting to Kyle than Kyle will have, because Kyle will stagnate and Kyle will eventually lose subs and have a lot of legacy subs as people start waking up to realize the contradictions and errors of their ways. Because if you're anybody who cares about humanity at all, the only way that you can watch him is if you haven't seen the alternative. And as our voice grows louder, as our community grows bigger, oh yeah, we're getting bad feedback.
Sorry.
Yeah, our community grows bigger, and as we get more YouTubers, we've got Kanzik, we've got No Name, we've got USS Bloodhouse now, not to mention classics like Jay, and of course Billy Bong did a lot of videos. As we get more people in our community and as they spawn new YouTubers that are inspired by them, here's the thing, we're growing, and the only people that Kyle, the only people that Jimmy Dore, the only people that these clowns are going to have left are going to be outright fascists, because the only way that you can be an anti-interventionist is if you haven't heard our arguments yet and you have humanity, or you've heard our arguments and you have no humanity, and then you're like, oh no, I watched Jimmy because I love North Korea. It's like, okay, well that makes sense then. That's why you would watch Jimmy Dore. Most people don't love North Korea though. So they just haven't seriously seen what we have to say. And
no, it's a lot of playing devil's advocate and being like, ooh, actually look at me, I'm so principled that I'll even make the case for the worst state in history without even realizing maybe you shouldn't be doing that actually. But okay, so here's a comparison of quality. So in this community, content creators that I've inspired, namely you. So there's you. There's the pipeline. Content creators that Kyle has inspired, the progressive voice. It's not fair, man. It's not fair.
But he has more subs. It's like I've also said this before. If somebody said to me right now, like you can have as many subs as Kyle has, or you can have what you have right now. But if you go for what Kyle's got, you have to put up with those guys in the chat versus the chat that we have right now. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. His community sucks. His community is a joke. He doesn't even really engage with his community. It would be a disaster. There's no way. There's no way. We're growing, and it's sometimes it's slower, sometimes it's faster. We were actually really fast, getting a lot of new subs and stuff. Ironically enough, back when the libertarians were so ready to actually challenge me and debate me. The funny thing is, a lot of the more libertarian leaning people wound up subscribing to me. And I've even had anarchist types or libertarian leaning types that have started to say stuff like, look, the hawk pill, not 100% bad. I can kind of see where you guys are coming from. That sort of thing, right? Because if you're somebody who did truly believe in, being against tyranny and being for freedom and stuff, you would agree with the Hawks on some things. And that's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's very possible, though, that some of you guys went over and subscribed to Liberty Lockdown and subscribed to Keith, maybe, that's always possible, too. But it is worth noting that, we are slowly winning over those audiences that will come and debate me. And I'd be willing to wager not too many Hawks are getting convinced the other way around. I think the only one that I can think of is S-Man Speaks, that I debated in a 3-versus-3/3 versus 2 debate over on Grayson's channel. We had 2 of them, and I've mirrored one of them. I haven't gotten around to mirroring the other one, but you can go and watch it over on Grayson's channel, where there was Liam Amara and and there was S-Man Speaks. S-Man Speaks used to be a neocon, and now he's basically an isolationist. He's basically the only person that's ever really gone in that direction, and I think with time he could be brought back around to the hawk pill. But he was saying how he used to kind of see where I was coming from on North Korea and everything. That's very rare in my experience. Almost everybody that you talk to who's basically on the fence or on the other side, they come around to our side. Nobody from our side really comes around to their side, because I think the reason why, and this is kind of one of those pills that you'll get at this show, Ghoul Gang Rising, a lot, is that, as you were saying a couple of weeks ago, Reece, we always hear the voices of our opponents. People will say, "Oh, why don't you guys listen to the other side or consider the other side?" I played a lot of devil's advocate at university. I've been well aware of the other side. I used to watch Russia Today every day, for example. I know all their arguments. Like, nothing that they can do is going to sway me in another direction. Like, were they going to say, "Oh, people might die"? Yeah, people die in war. That's what happens. Like, people die either way. You know, like, there's literally nothing. And I think part of the reason why hardly any hawks get converted the other way around is that what they're selling is indifference, bystanderdom, and defeatism. What we're selling is victory, humanity, and prosperity. So those are your choices, right? So.
Yeah, if you're not apathetic or a nihilist of some sort, I think it's very difficult to become sucked up in that. You have to have I think you have to have a degree of cultural guilt as well, which typically doesn't define our community.
Absolutely. There's always this component, not always, but in many cases, there's this component. You might think initially, oh, it's a left-wing sort of thing to have this component of Western guilt or white guilt or whatever, this kind of stuff that leads you to oppose intervention. You'd be surprised how many libertarians and right-leaning people make the imperialism argument and neocolonialism argument. They sound like progressives half the time.
I mean, you know, I don't think there's a meaningful difference, because I've even seen some of these extremely right-wing ANCAPs that you debate. They'll when they're mentioning examples of state violence, they always make sure to bring it back to slavery, Trail of Tears, as if these things are remotely relevant in the modern day. And it's like, these are SJW talking. What are you doing? Like, you're so infatuated with a hatred of government that I can't even recognize you as a conservative at that point.
Yeah. The only difference is that they'll also include in that slew of slanders against America, they'll also include that the United States government imposes taxation, which is something the progressives won't go to. So that's a difference, but
yeah, I mean, not a very meaningful difference.
They'll both do the same thing about incarceration, though. They'll both say, "Oh, but America has more people in jail than China." That you can't tell if that's Noam Chomsky or if that's unironic ANCAP.
Anyway, I think we've reflected on why our message is more appealing, especially in these times when everyone is so desperate for America to be imperialists, because it fuels a certain narrative in their mind. Except that narrative has been losing power since Bush and Cheney left the White House substantially. People used to be able to say that. People used to be able to say, "Oh, America's so hawkish." Not even really.
Yeah, but they weren't imperialists. They spent money to free people. Imperialists.
That's true. But in their minds, and even their administration was tepid compared to past U.S. administrations. They were it was no Teddy Roosevelt administration.
Yeah.
It was no Woodrow Wilson administration. No, it was a modern day. It was a 21st century American executive branch, but it's become even more ridiculous. And now we have Biden, and
well, you didn't even know Reagan. Like, Reagan put the Pershing IIs in West Germany. Reagan vehemently engaged in proxy conflicts in Latin America. Whereas Bush and Cheney, they were great on Afghanistan and Iraq, but, like, let's keep it real. They didn't do anything about Iran, didn't do anything really about Russia for the most part, didn't do anything about North Korea, and they definitely didn't do anything about China. So you could argue that on the international level as a whole, the Reagan administration was actually consistently stronger than even George Bush and Dick Cheney in that sense. But,
well, yeah. I mean, different contexts, and I suppose that there are logistical challenges as well in terms of taking on every problem in the world at once. But at the same time, it would have been appreciated, shall we say.
Yeah.
Speaking of America's foibles, we have quite a few stories to cover today.
That's right. That's right. So I got all of them except I forgot to download the Twitter videos. So I'll get to downloading the Twitter videos right
Yeah,
now.
it's fine. We can maybe we can do that when we take a break.
Yeah.
But, so I don't know how much of this. I actually I want to get through as much of this as possible. But the big news, the video is titled "Watch Live." President Joe Biden to speak on withdrawing remaining U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Yeah.
Roosevelt, the treaty room in the White House. The same spot.
Slow-mo Joe.
Wait, is this how the video is normally? Like, because StreamYard does that when you pause it. We're just getting started.
From the Roosevelt.
Oh, come on. Hold on. That's weird. It's never done this to start with.
Come on, man.
My internet connection is fine right now. That's definitely on StreamYard's end. That's so annoying.
From the Roosevelt, the treaty room.
We'll write them a strongly worded letter.
What kind of malarkey is that? Unbelievable.
Yeah, nothing but malarkey.
From the
No, I'm restarting it. Bump that, dude. Unbelievable.
StreamYards.
From the Roosevelt, the treaty room in the White House.
There we go.
Will that work?
The same spot where on October of 2001, President George W. Bush informed our nation that the United States military had begun strikes on terrorist training camps in Afghanistan. It was just weeks after the terrorist attack on our nation that killed 2,977 innocent souls, that turned Lower Manhattan into a disaster area, destroyed parts of the Pentagon, and made hallowed ground of a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Joe, you probably shouldn't be reminding people of this if you're trying to make a case for why we shouldn't be in Afghanistan. Talk about the worst foot forward.
Even some progressives have noted how his date for the deadline of surrender to the Taliban being September 11th, 2021 is being odd. Even some progressive things.
That's right. There was a video we covered last week. Who was it? Was it the
Emma Bigland?
That was right.
Even she was like, that's weird. Like, she supported
Emma Vigeland.
I know, but even she's Young Turks. I remember her posting cringe back in 2016 on Young Turks with all the losers over there, and the Buffalo, and I'm better than you, and all those losers, and even she was like, look, like, I mean, I guess it's good, but like, why September 11th? That's kind of depressing. Like, yeah, it kind of is depressing, Emma. Are you announcing that you might be hot-billable?
That's right. I was noting that, like, the reason it seems strange to you is because it makes you uncomfortable. It's like, oh yeah, maybe that's a good reason to prevent, a state from becoming a safe harbor for Al-Qaeda militants. Yeah, that might be important, just a little bit. It just doesn't make me feel good, guys. Instead of like, this is a boot to the face of, like, it's an attempt to be symbolic against, like, okay, we were there for 20 years exactly. Not even really. A few months short of 20 years, but whatever.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. Maybe that's a moment that we could seize upon. Try to hawk pillar. I'll see. Like, I don't know how
I don't think that'd go very well. But hey,
look, because she either becomes hawk-pilled if she gets exposed to all the arguments, or she becomes a fascist. Those are her two options. So which way do you think it's going to go?
You either become hawk-pilled or you become Hawes-pilled.
That's right.
Which way, Western man?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Absolutely. Do we still have? Oh yeah, we still have him there. What's a three-letter word for a gorilla? That's Hawes.
Big monkey.
Yeah, it's funny. This drawing is the only time that Hawes has ever smiled in his life. So
he had to do it at some point.
Right. He had to draw himself smiling to do it. Amazing. Yeah.
An American promise that we would never forget. We went to Afghanistan in 2001 to root out al-Qaeda.
I guess we didn't forget. We technically didn't forget. We didn't learn, though, clearly. It's one thing to never forget. How about never forget to learn important lessons from history?
I like what Billy said. Billy said earlier, whenever anyone wants to pull out of anywhere, they should be forced to watch 9/11 live footage. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like if I was in the White House, just sit Biden down, say like, look, Mr. President, watch this, and then go and give that speech.
But it was 20 years ago, man. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Did terrorists stop being a thing in the last 20 years? Terrorism was a 20 years ago thing. 2021, there's no terrorism. I looked it up. It's true. I read it online.
Yeah, for those of you in the audience and stuff, that I know what you guys, some of you guys are kind of critical of me, leaning pro Biden during the election, like supporting him over Trump. I know some people, I know Daniel Boardman, for example, was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Trump's stronger on Iran, all that kind of stuff. The thing is, I felt personally that he was going to be stronger on Russia, stronger on North Korea, relatively speaking. And I figured he would take the military's advice on Afghanistan, but that he'd be weaker on Iran. Turns out, no, he didn't. He ignored all like the generals on this, ignored military advice on this, pulled out, surrendered to the Taliban. So at this point, I'm not saying I would endorse Trump if Trump ran against Biden. I'm not even saying I would endorse whoever the Republican is running against Biden. But what I will say this is disqualifying for me. Like him announcing here, maybe I could have done the speech after he's done his speech, but him announcing that the deadline for surrender to the Taliban, unconditional surrender, by the way, is September 11th, 2021, throwing 37 million people under a bus into the dark ages and guaranteeing a second 9/11. I'm done. I'm not supporting him anymore. So, if it turns out there's a Republican isolationist running, I'm just going to be neutral. So that's my view at this point. So
I think it's fair for someone who's not an American, because really at that point, all you're gonna care about is America's foreign policy. You're not going to really care about the domestic battles being fought necessarily. I was never really the biggest supporter to begin with, but at the same time, I will say on this particular issue, I think, well, you could argue if Trump's deadline was worse. His deadline at least wasn't 9/11, but it was several months earlier, and the Taliban's pissed about that, that we're not honoring Trump's withdrawal agreement.
This is a point that Wyatt was making, which is that Trump said right from the beginning of his campaign, basically, we're going to get out, we're going to get out. And by the time he was done his administration, the time that he set to leave was after his administration, whereas Biden comes in, he's the commander in chief. He doesn't have to honor Trump's stupid deadline. He can just stay if he wants to. He's like, okay, I'm president now, 2 months in or whatever, we're just going to leave, and he actually does it. To me, the timeline of that is worse for Biden, even though you're leaving later, because he didn't even stay a year of his administration. That, I don't know. I really feel like on this, Trump actually deferred more to the generals in the end than Biden did. And I'm not even saying like, oh, Trump is better or whatever. But I will say on the domestic issues, though, this is something that Henry was talking about the other day on his stream. Like on the domestic issues, it's been kind of a disaster in terms of how he's basically done apologetics for resisting arrest. There was the whole Jacob Blake stuff, the narrative that he's largely pushed with regards to BLM. There are a lot of domestic issues, when it comes to that. I guess you could call it culture war stuff or whatever, where he's kowtowed to radicals that still think he's a fascist anyway. This is another one of those moments. He'll get credit from the anti-war left for a day or two, and then they'll go back to calling him an imperialist neoliberal. So he's not winning anybody over by doing this. So.
Yeah, no, and I don't necessarily disagree with that either. I wouldn't call the domestic front a disaster necessarily. I think there's a good amount of it I've actually liked and appreciated. Obviously not apologetics for resisting arrest or any shit like that. But I don't know. It's going to take, I'm not even saying it's a guarantee he's going to run again. So I have no clue who I will be voting for the next time around. Should also be noted, my vote doesn't matter. So I could sit it out, and I would feel perfectly comfortable with that. I don't think we're going to be pleased with our alternatives though. And this is it was a shock in a sense that, like, why do this now? But it is what it is, and we're going to learn the hard way that you need to be there. But I'll say it's the worst thing he's done so far.
Oh, it's not even close. Like, I was pissed about the Keystone stuff. I thought that was just a boon to Russia. But that was like in the grand scheme of things, a rather small economic win for Putin. But on this, he's basically, I had a video premiering today. Everybody go check it out. Biden leaving Afghanistan helps communist China. And, it also helps Russia too, more indirectly. But Russia, of course, was working with the Taliban. They were offering bounties to kill American soldiers. Understand that there are two ways.
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that, because the current culture war Fox News narrative is that story was not true. Yeah, and that Russia is not affiliated with the Taliban at all.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's like saying the Soviets weren't affiliated with the Viet Cong. It's like, give me a break. I've had people try to tell me that before. Oh, it was an indigenous rising up of the Vietnamese people. It's like, no, it wasn't. And that's like saying that North Korea's invasion of the South was totally indigenous. It's like, no. Then explain 1.5 million Chinese there. Explain all the Soviet war material. No. Putin works with the Taliban. That's not a surprise. These are the same people who will tell us that Assad is secular. It's like, oh yeah, if he's secular, why is there Shiite Alawite supremacy in Syria, and why does he give money to the families of suicide bombers? So what's secular about that? Anyway, here's the thing about this whole stuff with Biden. I know some people were saying how, I hope this doesn't become a regular thing about Biden pulling out of Afghanistan and pulling back on naval deployments. No, understand something. A regular thing. This alone is the deal breaker. This alone is like, no, it's like, I'm done. Mm-hmm. I'm done at this point. Like, I'm still the kind of guy who'll give credit where credit is due and stuff, but I'm not going to say I support Biden. Like, I'll say, oh, that was good or that was bad. I'm not going to say
no. I think it's for the best not to necessarily tie yourself to a politician in general, because you're going to, that's like celebrity worship. You're going to be disappointed at some point. And, I think, like, we're obviously going to trash Biden a lot, especially tonight, and especially going into the future, because I don't see this kind of thing stopping at all.
We literally said that we would do the same. We would talk the same crap that we were talking about Trump if Biden did the same kind of shit. And here he is today, pulling out in the first year. Unbelievable.
I think my only point with kind of the disagreement for the discourse on Twitter is I believe in attacking Biden for failing to uphold liberal principles and values in America and in the rest of the world. I don't believe in necessarily attacking Biden. Obviously, I don't believe in attacking Biden from the right as if Biden is a communist or, someone who's like this insane, unreasonable. Like, no, he's someone who I just disagree with. And honestly, I don't think he would have done this if the war hadn't have gone on, in quotes, for 21 years.
I disagree on that. I really think, like, if he came in when Obama came in, Obama did a troop surge. Like, this is something that, look, I guess you can give credit to Obama on this. It was a half-assed approach. It was a strong commitment for like a year and a half, 2 years, and then it drew down big. But that's the direction that Obama went in. It's very possible if Biden's ignoring his military advisors here, he might have also just pulled out after George Bush was in. I mean, Obama pulled out of Iraq. I think it's possible to say that Obama was actually more hawkish than Biden's going to be. That's very possible. And I don't know. I don't think it's just about the timeline of it. I think it more depends on, your personal values and how much you're trying to appeal to the squad and their ilk. But on the point about communism and everything, Biden's not a communist, but it's definitely worth pointing out, as I did in the video today, where I've got like Mao and his sycophants and stuff clapping. This is a huge boon to communist China. And I'll explain briefly, if you missed the video, I'll explain why it's a boon to communist China. There are only two ways that this can go. Only two ways. First way is that after the Americans pull out, the Taliban storms the capital, reimposes their will over the country, and they run Afghanistan into the future as it was before the American invasion. Now, how does that help China? Well, the Taliban is a proxy of Pakistan, and Pakistan is a big ally of China against India, so that they'll still have indirect influence over Taliban Afghanistan. The other way that this can go is after the Americans leave and the West pulls out and everything, the Taliban storms the capital, wins, takes over the country, but China deems them to be actually too hostile, depending on how much how much they use a narrative of tying them to the Uyghurs or this kind of stuff or whatever, intervenes in Afghanistan the same way that the communists did back in the 80s, and then they do their war, and now Afghanistan becomes a puppet state of China with basically a puppet government of the CCP, and then whatever Taliban holdout that there happens to be. Those are the only two ways that this is going to go, in my view. They're either going to keep the Taliban in power as a proxy through Pakistan, or they're just going to invade directly. I mean, there's not going to be any Western presence there. It's not like they'd have to worry about accidentally killing American troops and starting a war with America, right? So
no, once America goes, everyone is going.
No, the Australians have already announced they're leaving, for example. So
the Brits are leaving too. Yeah, no, they're not sticking around, and that's the problem. It's good that America leads the world until America makes a mistake, because then everybody comes along with us. There's no one who can take our place. That's a good thing and a bad thing. I obviously don't want anyone taking our place, but it would be nice to have a successor that was somewhat reliable. But there's literally no one. No one can replace America.
You'd have to consider you just have to consider the hard power that America wields. Consider the fact that America sent more troops to Afghanistan in 1 year than Australia sent in 20 years, for example. And now the UK sent more troops, but even the UK is nothing compared to America. The UK is basically operating on the same doctrine that China has. In other words, minimal deterrence. They maintain the smallest number of submarines they need with Trident. They maintain the smallest number of nukes they need that they feel is adequate deterrence against invasion. That's it. Whereas America, in contrast, has the same or similar doctrine of what Russia has, which is not minimal deterrence, second strike capability, coupled with a power projection agenda. There are only two powers in the world that really do this. There's America and Russia. China will start doing that more. They're just doing the economic game right now for the most part. But Russia intervenes to do wars. They've done that in Syria. They've, of course, invaded Ukraine. They've invaded Georgia. They've occupied Crimea. And then you have America. Really, for all intents and purposes at the moment, on the world level, there are only really two powers that can really do this. I mean, you could say, oh, well, France does interventions. Not really. They only do interventions-ish in their former colonies to maintain their status quo, whatever. No, it's really only Russia and the United States right now. And in the future, it'll be China. There is no other Western power that could fill the United States. The only other power that could right now is Russia. So in terms of that active power projection in the world. So
I gotcha.
So,
We should watch
US
a little bit more of this.
Yeah, we can watch more. We can watch more. It's just like, understand, when America leaves, there's nobody good that's going to fill America's place, and there'd be no point in the UK staying anyway, because, you know, it's a very small presence comparatively speaking.
Against the United States plan from Afghanistan. Our objective was clear. The cause was just. Our NATO allies and partners rallied beside us. And I supported that military action along with overwhelming majority of the members of Congress. More than 7 years later, in 2008, weeks before we swore the oath of office, President Obama and I were about to swear, President Obama asked me to travel to Afghanistan and report back on the state of the war in Afghanistan. I flew to Afghanistan, to the Kunar Valley, a rugged mountainous region on the border with Pakistan. What I saw on that trip reinforced my conviction that only the Afghans have the right and responsibility to lead their country, and that more and endless American military force could not create or sustain a durable Afghan government. I believed that our presence in Afghanistan...
I mean...
So he doesn't get it. Here's something, understand something. He's not even necessarily just doing this because he's like this 8-dimensional, you know, super Machiavellian guy who just wants to like boost his popularity and his numbers and everything and get reelected. Understand something. He genuinely screwed up on this, even from a purely political perspective, because guess what? The consequences of this bullshit are going to happen during his term. The Taliban isn't going to wait until after he's out of office or after the 2024 election to storm the Capitol.
They promise that if we're not out of there by the Trump deadline, there will be severe attacks in the country.
So that's going to happen under Biden. And so he's just now handed the Republicans their golden ticket to win the 2024 election, because all this shit is going to go south on his watch. And I guarantee you the Republicans are going to run ads about it, basically saying how this is all Biden's fault now, all the chaos over there and everything. And yeah, U.S. troops are going to get killed in the result of that, right? So because
I can only hope that they, you know, it's not just a cheap political stunt. You know, here's what I'll say to the Republicans: run Liz Cheney. If it's Liz Cheney versus Kamala Harris, I'll vote for Liz Cheney. That's a promise.
Well, you don't even have to run her. Just have her in some sort of, you know, serious advisory position on your messaging strategy, right? Because if you've got somebody like DeSantis or you got somebody like Nikki Haley running against Joe Biden, and you've got Liz Cheney as part of the campaign being taken into like advice, not Marjorie Taylor Greene and that BS, they would hit Biden so hard and make him out to be like the loser in chief. I hope one of those guys, one of their interns, finds my hashtag White Flag Joe, and uses that. Because I started hashtag White Flag Joe. So, you know, because that's the thing. I mean, there was the whole hashtag loser Donald, hashtag Donnie, yes sir Vladimir Putin, or yes sir Vladimir Trump, all that kind of stuff. No, he's hashtag White Flag Joe. So
good old Taliban Joe.
Yeah, or Taliban Joe, or they could even call him Beijing Biden, talking about how this is going to help China, any of that kind of stuff. Like, there's so many lines that you can go with this, but one thing is going to be clear: you're going to go from 0 Americans dying in a year to like dozens of Americans dying once the Taliban retakes everything. It's going to happen under his watch. I mean, this was so dumb. Like, if he really wanted to leave, but he also wanted to guarantee re-election, what he would do is in his 3rd year, he would announce that he was leaving to win over progressives for the campaign, but have the date of exit be something like, say, for example, like after the election or even like a month before the election or something, so that once the Civil War starts, it's not going to immediately contradict his policy accomplishments or whatever. But he just wanted to get out. So, and I'm sure they probably went over that with him and said, hey, look, what happens if they invade the government and and storm the Capitol and everything on your watch, it's going to make you look weak. And I mean, I think he really miscalculated here. And I don't think any of those progressives are actually going to come around and be Biden supporters as a result. So
no, they're already finding ways to twist it and say, actually, he's not technically pulling everyone out. There's still going to be private contractors operating to some degree. And it's like, okay, so you can't be pleased. So there was no point in attempting to court you. I mean, we should have known that based on how they're turning on AOC, how they're turning on everyone. You cannot please some of these people. But to address what he was saying, he said that a war made the country unstable for the government to be in power. Not understanding, okay, this is the problem when you portray war as the ultimate evil. Mm-hmm. A war implies that there are two sides involved, at least. You actually can fight back in a war. You can't really fight back in a genocide. You can't fight back in an oppressive takeover. You can fight back in a war. And he's going to act like this isn't going to last. A government that is so dependent on U.S. training, U.S. defense, U.S. money, U.S. funding running in through that country, utterly dependent on that. If that goes to any significant degree, and I'm sure we'll get into the specifics here in a bit, but it's over. It's absolutely over. This is not ramping down anytime soon. And we don't have to wait till May to see a major Taliban attack. They will attack next week or the week after. It never stops. It has never stopped. We've artificially sought peace for years, not understanding that it's not just something that's going to fall out of the sky. Of course, you're going to need to fight. You can't just, they want this world where the Afghan government, the peaceful, good Afghan government, it just sits there propped up. It's in power. The country is stable and everything's good. And we don't have to worry about this anymore. That is not happening anytime soon. No way in hell. There will always be agitators, especially if you have Russian funds going into the country, if you have the Chinese meddling as well, Russia funding the Taliban, that is. No, this conflict is not going away anytime soon. In fact, this is a tactical mistake, the very definition of one that will make it worse. Not only for us, because apparently that's all people care about. What about me? What about my taxpayer money? For that country especially. And I was going over like the comments section of some of the videos that we were potentially doing today. And a lot of the rhetoric is just like, it's this just completely unacceptable apologia of, oh, well, you know, Afghanistan's always been at war. If you think about it, it's been at war for centuries, man. Oh, so that means if something's happened for centuries, it needs to continue forever. Interesting. I thought this was the crowd that was against forever wars. I'm not for forever wars. I believe in bringing them to an end properly, not artificially, not being like, okay, we're done. Close our eyes. There's no war anymore. Even though every foreign policy expert is saying, read the articles coming out on the Military Times, on foreignpolicy.com. What they're saying is high potential of a new civil war breaking out as a result of this. Oh, but don't listen to that. Because that would take effort, man. Who has time for that? It was 20 years ago. Why do we still care? It's so far away. It's next. Where is it next to? Pakistan? China? Oh, that's nowhere near Kansas. I don't give a fuck. That's how people are thinking right now.
Oh, man. Washington and Oregon, man. That's nowhere near Kansas. I don't give a fuck.
Like, that's too far away, man.
Logical conclusion. Like the logical,
too far away and too long ago. Those are the most common arguments. It's too far away. Those aren't my people. It was 20 years ago, bro.
I sent the video that I made out today to a few different libertarian Facebook groups and stuff, and they accused me of being a warmonger and that I love war and all this kind of stuff. And I said, I'm like, well, you're right. I'm against the Taliban's war on the sovereign Afghan government. And they got pissed.
Proper response.
Yeah. It's like that NPC thing where it's like, oh, why are you why do you support war? Or like, why aren't you against war? Like I'm against war. And then I'm just like, no, I'm against the Taliban's war on the sovereign government of Afghanistan. And they're just like same language.
They just start short circuiting.
And then angry face, you know? It's like,
that does not compute.
Yeah. No, they're a bunch of NPCs. I mean, it's like you can always tell these people too, because for all their talk about liberty, they don't actually give a shit about liberty at all. So,
even if they do, it means about as much as someone like Kyle saying he supports human rights and human dignity. If you're not actually going to fight for it, what the fuck do your words mean? Yeah, thoughts and prayers. These are thoughts and prayers warriors. That's absolutely all they have.
Yeah, Chris says, non-interventionist mindset. You cannot lose if you do not play. See, I talk about this all the time. I always say, you know, you can't just stick your head in the sand and pretend the world doesn't exist, because that's like a child that doesn't have object permanence covering up his eyes and thinking that his mom can't see him anymore. The fact of the matter is the rest of the world can still see America, and they will come and attack America. You can't just say, like, the only way that you get out of that is if you just become part of communist China or something. It's the only way that you can, like, it's not even not play. You actually have to join the other side to avoid that.
Well, I mean, I'd have a lot less to worry about. They're going to dictate where I go, what I eat, who I speak to. All my problems sorted out.
Yeah. You don't want to have to deal with Pearl Harbor? Well, you should have declared yourself a part of the Japanese Empire and pledged allegiance to the emperor before December 7th, 1940. So it's America's fault. They didn't become part of Japan, man.
I wanted to mention real quick before we get back into this, another argument that I've been seeing people say, and this is a perfect, clear example of why Biden shouldn't even be attempting to court this audience. And it's a lot of people saying, well, see, they're just pulling out of this war so they can bring people into the Pacific arena, into the Pacific theater. And this got brought up in the chat earlier too. It's like, first off, that's not happening. Like at the most, what we've been doing, we've been taking warships out. We're doing some peace talks. We're doing some, internationalism. Yeah. We're not doing a whole lot of military buildup. Nowhere. Not in Ukraine. Not in Japan. No, nothing like that at all. So even when Biden does something that they ostensibly like, they've been calling for it for years. Get out of Afghanistan. I can't even tell the political affiliation of a lot of these people. If they're right or left, it doesn't even matter. They all sound the fucking same to me. Mm-hmm. They all sound the same. They've begged for this for years, and then it actually happens, and they can't be happy. They have to be the most like miserable people I've ever seen in my life. Actually, sure. This is just an excuse to get into another war. Dude, we're talking about Biden, you fucking psychos. He's not going to get into a war. Like, they've been saying this for months now. They've been saying Biden's going to get us into a war with Russia and China. What? How? When? For what reason?
They said the same thing about Hillary Clinton. They said the same thing about Barack Obama too, actually, back in the day. You'll remember a lot. You'll remember a lot of those Ron Paulers back in like 2011, 2012 said if Obama wins again, it'll be World War III with Russia. So it was the Ron Dumber Than Jake Paulers. So
yeah, because he said he didn't like Putin one time. Like there's not gonna be a war.
Putin could launch the nukes if he says that. He needs to be quiet, man.
It's fucking ridiculous.
No, I know. I'm actually, I have it in the notes right now. I've got literally hundreds of videos in the notes so far for like video ideas. Not to mention some of the patron suggestions and everything. We got a lot of content to produce this year, but one of the videos I'm going to be doing is talking about how, look, Putin's only actually going to use the nukes if America invades Russia itself. This idea that, oh, if America gets involved in Syria or Ukraine, then Putin can launch the nukes against America. He's not suicidal. He's not going to do that.
We've been involved in Syria. We killed Russians in Syria.
Yeah, he's not going to use the nuke.
Turkey killed Russians.
Here's the thing about the nukes. The nukes for Russia are an option in last resort. They have no tactical utility apart from that. That's it. That's it. They're not just going to be like, you said some mean things. Guess what? That was the last straw. It's nuke.
You insulted Daddy Putin.
Yeah,
it's done.
Nuclear boogaloo, man. Like, they're not going to, you know why he's not going to do that? Because he would lose. He would be vaporized. America would destroy Russia. Russia would destroy some of America, but America would win that war. Like, let's be clear about that. Understand something. Even the modern Russian Iskanders, which are some of the most modern missiles in their arsenal, have, according to their own ally, Armenia, a 90% fail rate. So imagine how much some of their older stuff from the 70s and 80s, imagine how much of that wouldn't even launch. Like, we're talking about a country with 7,000, 8,000 nukes, where only, like, at most 1,500 of them would even work, whereas all of America's would work. So it wouldn't actually be close. And Putin knows it. He's not stupid. He's never going to do a nuclear war as a luxury. He's only going to do that if you actually invade Russia. Anything short of that, he'll back into a corner. Like, if he was going to use the nukes, he would have used them on Turkey when they shot down his airplane. Instead, you know what he did? He went from being this tough bully and everything, being like, oh man, that's scary, man. He didn't know what to do because he's a bully. He's not used to people standing up to him. Turkey shot down his airplane. He was like, he didn't expect that. Just felt that he could do whatever he wanted.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah, and it turns out if they do that, and you say before, oh, well, we can nuke you if you do anything, and then they do it, you're not going to nuke them. They know you're not going to nuke them. And Putin didn't wind up nuking Turkey. He wound up having to come and try to win over Erdogan, and when Erdogan bought it, and they get along now. But that's what happens. It turns out if you stand up to Putin and you show him you actually mean business, he's not going to nuke you. If anything, he's going to be like, oh, shit, we probably should have some negotiators go over there and try to make peace with those guys.
It's weird. It's almost like he respected it. Like, oh, you're not just a cowering, you're actually going to stand up for yourself. Interesting.
Yeah. No,
everyone else bends over for me.
Yeah, he realized he couldn't mess with Turkey the way that he does with Ukraine and Georgia. So that's basically what happened. So, and part of that is they have the second largest army in NATO. I'm not a fan of Turkey. I don't think they should even be in NATO. But let's not kid ourselves. They're stronger than Georgia and Ukraine combined by a lot. So, well, think about this. A war with Russia and Turkey that was non-nuclear would see Turkey taking ground in that region. Like, the only thing Russia has is the nukes, which they can never use. So
finally, the Ottomans rise once more.
I mean, they would have the naval dominance in the Black Sea. They would literally gain ground. They would take Sochi from Russia, possibly. Again, assuming this is non-nuclear. Now, it would be nuclear if they took Russian territory, but they would get ground from Russia, say, as a proxy in the Armenia-Azerbaijan theater, for example. They would have naval dominance over the Black Sea. And, even within the context of that war, there would be conventional fights between Russian aircraft and Russian ships and the Turkish Navy and the Turkish Air Force. The Turkish Air Force would win that. So, I mean, think about that. That's Turkey. Turkey would win a small-scale war with Russia. This whole idea that Russia can just wipe the world out of existence, they can never use the nukes. If they ever use the nukes, it's game over for them, too. So, for us to be bullied by them, oh, they could wipe us out in a nuclear war. Yeah, guess what? That's basically like the spider. It's like being really spooked of a small spider. The spider's like, oh, you're 100 times bigger than me. You're kind of scary, bro. It's like that. It's like the spider's more scared of you. So, That's Putin, basically. Like, he looks scary, but he can't actually do anything. Like, it's basically it. So, I mean, the fact that we're seeing, like, we saw Tucker complaining about that too. Like, these guys are going to risk us dying in a nuclear war. What are you talking about? Because wings are hurt, he's going to do a nuclear war? Are you kidding me? Like, Putin's not the Ayatollah. He doesn't think, like, if he nukes America and they kill him, that he's going to be raptured up to heaven or whatever. I guarantee it, the guy's an atheist who just uses the state religion as a way to get swag. So he likes his Benz, he likes his palace, he likes his alcohol. That's basically it. That's what he lives for. He likes his money. Like, imagine you were Putin. Literally, imagine you were Putin. You have total control over trillions of dollars, and you can ball all day, every day. And, you know, you can make yourself out on TV as like a god and everything. Why would you want to then actually nuke America preemptively? Because then you don't get to ball anymore. So, like, I mean, I don't know. I'm sick of being bullied, and I'm sick of people getting bullied by a bully that has no intention of ever actually doing any harm to us. So, like, the most that they can do is send in a few troops here and there when they know that we're not going to do anything about it. If Putin thought that Obama was going to send in troops to defend Ukraine, he wouldn't have even taken Crimea. He wouldn't have done it. The only reason he takes this ground, the only reason he looks tough is because we let him gain ground. If we stood up and said no, he would be like, okay, and then crawl into a corner. Like
he looks tough when we allow ourselves to look weak, which
we
have no business looking that way.
It's like the meme. It's like with Obama. Oh, like he says to Obama, he's like, I'm going to take Crimea now. And Obama's like, yes, daddy. And then if Hillary Clinton had won, it's like, well, if she was running later, it'd be like, Hillary Clinton would be like, I'm sending in troops now. You're not taking any of the ground. And Putin would be like, yes, mommy. Like, that's, like,
okay, yes, honey.
That's the meme. Like, understand that the only language that these people understand is strength. That's it. That's it. It's not complicated.
That sounds like warmongering to me.
It's actually super simple. Like, international relations at the end of the day comes down to power. It's not actually that complicated. So, but the thing is, just because you have a big military doesn't mean you get to get your way or be respected. You actually have to have willpower. So it's not enough to have your assets. You also have to have willpower. And obviously, if you have all the willpower in the world and no military, like Costa Rica gets hawk-pilled, yeah, what are they going to do? They don't have an army. So you need both to win. So, I mean, that's why Putin wins right now, even though his military is smaller. His navy's smaller than Italy. Why is he winning? Because we get spooked and let him take stuff. There's nothing to be spooked about. His Nukies aren't that spooky. America's Nukies are very spooky. He's spooked of America's Nukies. Yeah. We can get to the rest of the video. Man, this video is actually, I guess it's taking a while. There's a lot of, I mean, this is kind of a big event. So
we'll attempt to let him do a little bit more talking, but I have a feeling that's going to end very shortly.
Yeah.
Afghanistan should be focused on the reason we went in the first place, to ensure Afghanistan would not be used as a base from which to attack our homeland again. We did that. We accomplished that objective.
Oh, it's accomplished.
I said, among with others, we'd follow Osama bin Laden to the gates of hell if need be. That's exactly what we did, and we got him. It took us close to 10 years to put President Obama's commitment to into form.
I hate to do it.
That's exactly what happened.
I really
Osama
hate
bin
to do
Laden
it.
was gone.
Osama bin Laden's gone. So I like how he just says, okay, so our goal for when we first went in was to prevent Afghanistan from being a safe harbor for terrorists who would target our country. We did that. Oh yeah, we did it already. It's done. Done deal. There's a sign. If you enter Afghanistan, the first thing you see is a sign that says no more terrorists allowed. That's what it says. It's an anti-terrorist zone. No terrorists are in Afghanistan. And they're certainly not doing weekly attacks, and they're certainly not plotting to take over a very weak, solely U.S.-dependent government that is going to fall without proper support from us.
It kind of reminds me of the whole thing with Trudeau of like, we have a gang violence problem in like Vancouver and Toronto and everything, and he's trying to like get guns back from like hunters and everything. He's like, no guns allowed, this kind of thing. It's like, okay, so I guess there's no more gang violence then. He took away some rifles from like hunters. Okay,
I don't know if you know how it goes on the street, but gangs, they all use 22s. That's their thing. They all use 22s, and they follow very strict. They got the box of 50 rounds.
Yeah, and they keep
one at a time,
separate from the rifle and different lock boxes, and
they keep the safety on too. Most of the time, they're very, very conscientious of their fellow men.
Never point the gun at anybody. Never hold it in an awkward position, perhaps angled 90 degrees like this. Never do anything like that. No, never do anything. By the way, imagine firing a 22, 90 degrees. Rotate. Like, it's just the image right now of gang wars with 22.
They're doing some mad gopher hunting in these streets, man.
Oh yeah, we got problems with moose. Yeah.
Isn't there a troll who comes in the chat and always brings up moose for some reason?
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you're a Canadian neocon. What are you gonna do? Nuke a moose?"
That's so stupid.
That's a comment I've received on several occasions. I think it was the same guy over the last year. I always chuckle at that.
You from Canada? You should hook up with the moose, man.
What I love is how, like, just I don't know. Maybe part of it is a meme, like with the whole South Park thing and stuff. But I feel like Americans' conception of Canada almost exoticizes Canada, as if like it's like halfway around the world. And
it absolutely does.
Like as if we're like Bhutan or something, and you're like, there's mountains there, right? And like there's tigers there. It's like, oh, you guys have igloos and it snows. It's like, yeah, it often doesn't even snow in a given year in the city I live in, for example. 90% of Canadians live within 100 kilometers of the border. But I guess we're like a totally foreign, exotic land, It's like, I mean, I tell you, you look at an average city block in Winnipeg, doesn't like that much difference from an average city block in Memphis. So, but Canada's all exotic and spooky and stuff. So,
Yeah, there's no moose in America either.
It's like, oh man, they're up in Canada. There's probably like bears and moose walking around in downtown.
I always find that funny because it's like, yeah, but I have moose and bears. Like, I used to always see
a moose. I've never seen a moose in my life. We don't get moose here. Like, we have deer, we have stuff like that. Like, we have like otters and stuff, and like there are bears around, but like
you have otters and bears.
But like the bears aren't in the city. Like you're not like, if there's a story about a bear wandering into a city or something in Canada, it's a small town in Alberta or rural BC or something. It's not big cities near the border. There's no bears wandering around downtown Vancouver. Like, oh no, there's a bear outside. Like,
oh, that bear.
I don't know, man. It's just
he likes Tim Hortons. He can't help himself.
But I mean, it's weird when there's that exoticization of Britain, but at least Britain's an ocean away. Canada's like right next door. Like, I mean, Canadians don't really have the same image of America. Canadians see America as like normal, basically.
Southern Canadians.
Yeah, like, sun Canadians and snow Canadians, Yeah. Zhao says, I picture Canada as being similar to the North Pole in the nation Rudolph. That's right. That was shot in Canada, actually. It wasn't even claymation. That was just like, average day in Toronto.
That's just
like,
what Canadians look like.
That's what Toronto looks like, dude. So
anyway,
there's mooses. There's an abominable snowman. It's actually kind of a miracle that the CN Tower stood up this long, considering just how many abominable snowmen wander around outside. Like, you'd think one of them would have smashed it like Oz by now, but it's still standing. So
the abominable snowman is actually a pacifist compared to Haas.
That's right. Well, the abominable snowman, like if they think you're Canadian or if they know you're Canadian, they're cool with you. But if they think you're American, you better watch out.
You're done, son.
You're done, son. Yeah. Oh man. Like, we have polar bears and stuff like that. But again, like, it's the same sort of thing. Guaranteed, like 99% of Canadians have never even seen a polar bear. So, it's like.
And really, you haven't lived till you've seen a polar bear. I mean, come on.
Those weren't elves; they were Canadians.
Anyway,
yeah, we can keep on moving with this.
That was 10 years ago. Think about that. We delivered justice
10
to
years
bin
ago,
Laden.
bro.
It's been too long, bro. It's been X years.
I mean, Osama bin Laden is dead. This is something like Kyle would say. Osama bin Laden, he's been dead for 10 years. Why are we still there? Oh, yeah, I forgot. The problem was only one guy. Interesting.
Right.
That was 10 years ago. Shouldn't the story be, wow, that was 10 years ago, and yet they're still around. There's still a problem.
By that logic, hey, man, the people that did the hijackings, they're dead. So why
they died 20 years ago.
Yeah. But I mean, you wouldn't even do the war. You'd be like, well, the hijackers are dead.
They're dead. That's how it goes. I mean, it's almost like terrorist organizations, or really any organization, if they lose their leader, they're not just like, okay, well, this is over. No, they have somebody else become the leader.
They had a good run, but I guess we're gonna have to call it quits and become soda drinking Yankees.
I mean, we're already that, but whatever.
The baby moose was Reece. Moose, Reece.
There's some questionable fan art incoming.
Your name has a similar formula to Moose, Reece.
Similar formula. Moose Reece, same name.
Moose Reece. Yeah. It's like,
actually, that's like
funny
Hawk because
Arthur. It's like Hawk Arthur and Moose Reece.
My back a few years, my brother's nickname was Moose, so that's kind of funny.
Wait, Meese.
Meese
was already a thing.
That's plural.
That was Reese's alter ego, because there's Wyoming Reece who's here tonight. There was also Montana Meese, who's a total isolation.
Montana Meese.
But Roos is a new one. Roos is.
I'll give you the Roos.
Oh man,
this video is all a Roos.
Yeah, that's right. It's a Roos. Oh man.
Raise the Roos.
Reece. Yeah, Roos.
I'm just gonna go print some T-shirts with that on it. Thank you for the ideas.
Oh yeah, that World War I thing was like 100 years ago. That's a good point.
I mean, 100 years, 100 years, bro.
Where's Peace?
In the basement. I locked him up.
Yeah, Peace. For those who don't know, Peace is another one of Reese's twin brothers, who's an isolationist. So
I like how they're one of my twin brothers. Like, we're not twins at that point. If there's like six of us.
You have four twin brothers, dude. So,
well, breaking new ground. Anyway, we're gonna attempt to get through this, but no promises.
A decade ago, and we've stayed in Afghanistan for a decade since. Since then,
that's true.
Our reasons for remaining in Afghanistan have become increasingly unclear, even as the terrorist threat that we went to fight evolved. Over the past 20 years, the threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula,
What about
al-Nusra in Syria.
Like, this isn't relevant. This isn't relevant
like
to
a Kyle video.
like just bring up other places. I like how because the threat was somewhat minimized, the goal of being in the country was somehow unclear. How was it unclear? You were there for the same reason. You were fighting the same group the whole time. How is that goal unclear?
He sounds like Kyle. This feels like we're reacting to a Kyle video right now. Are you kidding me? This is Biden. This is somebody that I thought was going to
Voted for the Iraq War, man.
the Pentagon the benefit of the doubt. This was a man who I thought would defer to military expertise in these times. And he did this. Unbelievable.
Maybe there was one general who said, that's a good idea.
Yeah, no,
Biden's like, okay, I'll go with you.
there were no conditions to the surrender. Nothing.
We just yeeted out of there. Goodbye.
This is as bad as Trump doing the Hanoi summit. No preconditions. Nothing. This is the lesson that the enemies of America get right now. Conditions, what are those? Like, are you kidding me? I mean, I can't get over. This is why I call this the era of cringe, where the Overton window has moved so far that even if you insist on having conditions to withdrawal, that means you're a warmonger ghoul. So,
not only, I mean, it's worse than that. Not only are there no preconditions on our side, but we actually are in a situation where the Taliban's attempting to dictate the conditions.
why not? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? It's an alpha move. Why wouldn't they? Because if you already know, it's like, hey man, I'll give you $1 million, and you're like, hey, I want $100 now, and it's like, I just gave you $1 million. It's like, I want 100. It's like, okay, why not? Why not get more? Why not get more? That's the lesson. That's the lesson. Look, if you are a dictator or a tyrant or whatever, and you're being appeased, well, you're doing something right. You should probably keep on doing whatever you've been doing, because you'll probably be appeased even more. That's the lesson Hitler learned. That's the lesson the Taliban's learning right now. It's like, oh, okay, so we moved it to, we've got no preconditions. That's good. Now let's set our own conditions. Maybe it works. If it doesn't, well, you have to lose, right? I mean, this is why liberal internationalism breeds weakness and defeat and insecurity and suffering and misery. And I do want to say, as a follow-up to that, I went looking for that quote, that tweet from Dylan Meisner, the quote tweeted the other day to say, like, at the day that Biden pulled out and say, this is the liberal internationalism he warned us about. Couldn't find it. He deleted it. So
that's really now.
I believe he has realized, now he might still be a liberal internationalist, but I think he understands that the optics of it aren't muscular. So.
Hey man, it's so muscular. So much. This is what musculature. This is what it looks like. Pulling out.
Look at those,
no
look at those
preconditions.
muscles, man. That's liberal internationalism. This is some big muscles on the Taliban, man. That's because of liberal internationalism.
This was big PP energy that we're witnessing.
I mean, why wouldn't the Taliban impose their own conditions now? Because you've just moved the goalposts, or you've just moved the ground on which we're playing into your own court. Why wouldn't they move it closer to your goal? Why? Like, the end result of this is that the Taliban's going to be arguing that they have sovereignty over Oregon, and the U.S. government's going to be saying, like, should we dispute that? I don't know. That could be imperialism. So.
Oh my.
And Biden and be like, we had it for a long time. We had Oregon for a couple hundred years, and things happened, but maybe it's time to part ways, and maybe the Taliban could do things better. You're like, okay, That's what we're doing now. That's liberal internationalism, I guess.
I mean, it wasn't even ours to begin with. We stole it.
Yeah, it was stolen
Remember
land.
that? Stolen land. That's right.
Let's give it back to the Taliban.
Good points.
Unbelievable.
ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. With the terror threat now in many places, keeping thousands of troops grounded and concentrated in just one country at a cost of billions each year makes little sense to me and to our leaders.
Okay, it worked. It works out. The whole war works out to a couple $100 from each American. In other words, that's your be rid of terrorism insurance fee each year. You spend more money than that just on car alarms and locks and keys and padlocks and things than the U.S. military spends per capita on preventing the worst terror hotbed in the world from being another safe haven for terrorism. It's a small price to pay for freedom. Really, like, and again, the people who make that argument about the money it costs, these people want to spend 10 times that amount of money on Medicare and Medicare for all or whatever the hell, and then my free college and my Green New Deal. They want to spend like $10 trillion a year that they don't even have and just go into thousands of trillions of dollars, quadrillions of dollars of debt. And then they're going to make the financial argument. Those people don't get to make the financial argument. The only people that can actually make that financial argument and have it have any value, honestly, are the libertarians, because they would actually want to cut stuff. If you're some person that wants to do a million different programs that you can't afford and you're complaining about the cost of this when it's basically, it's like a few $1 billion a year at this point. It's 2,500 troops. Seriously? Yeah. You're not somebody that should be taken seriously on fiscal matters at all. Now, the libertarians shouldn't either, but at least they're consistent about that. They don't want any spending. So
that's true. That was quite the unique argument from him, though. I can't say I've heard that, because normally, you know, when we hear from the typical isolationists, they won't bring up other problems in the world, because if you bring it up, that might be used as an excuse to go to war. You know, so don't highlight that. Biden's doing the opposite. Biden is saying, we have so many problems. What sense does it make to have troops grounded? That was what he said, quote, grounded in one spot. It's almost like,
but what's about Saudi argument? That's like, oh, you want to go to war with Iran? What about Saudi? It's like, okay, let's go to war with Saudi. It's like, no, what about Iran? By that logic, oh, we're considering doing an intervention on behalf of the Nigerian government to deal with Boko Haram. No, but there's stuff in Venezuela. It's like, oh, good point. We can't do anything in Nigeria.
Yeah, it's a totally impossible to focus on more than one issue. We're like tunnel vision the country. We can only do one thing at a time.
World's biggest superpower in history can only focus on one tiny little niche thing at one time. Seriously?
Exactly. Finally, someone gets it.
Leader of the free world right there, everybody.
I sense so much freedom happening right now.
Okay, so StreamYard is screwing up, but Biden's such an NPC in this speech, you can't even really tell. Okay.
StreamYard.
With the terror threat now in many places, keeping thousands of troops grounded and concentrated in just one country at a cost of billions each year makes little sense to me and to our leaders. We cannot continue the cycle of extending or expanding our military presence in Afghanistan, hoping to create ideal conditions for the withdrawal and expecting a different result. I'm now the 4th United States president to preside over American troop presence in Afghanistan. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats.
I mean, it's such the wrong mentality to go into it, though. Expecting to create ideal conditions. How about ideal enough? Like, so you're never going to have perfection. There are always going to be agitators. There are always going to be foreign actors to some extent trying to stir things up. There are always going to be people who are unsatisfied with the conditions on the ground, and then they become radicalized and they join a group like the Taliban. You will never fully prevent that. So this mentality is, oh, just give up. We're just done. We're not even going to wait till an opportune moment. We're not going to wait till, okay, we've given it a couple years of trying to wind things down and get to a place where we're comfortable. Some conditions have been met. No, we're just done. No preconditions. We outie. Seriously? Seriously. What were you expecting? Of course, there's never going to be this perfect, ideal moment for withdrawal because the fight for freedom is eternal. It's not just given to you, especially in an area of the world like this that has seen conflict for a very long time. It is at the crossroads of major powers and empires and has been for centuries. What were you expecting? Of course, you are going to have to work harder at creating the most ideal conditions. That shouldn't even necessarily be the goal. That's their goal. Their goal, not to make Afghanistan a better place, a stable place, a place that we truly wouldn't have to return to because, oh, they're actually good. No, their goal, first and foremost, is to withdraw, to run away, to wave the white flag. Fuck that. That's not a goal. That's a reward.
Yeah.
If you actually achieve a meaningful goal. Fuck this, man.
I will not pass this responsibility onto a fifth. After consulting closely with...
Well, he's wrong there. He's wrong there because guarantee it, once the next 9/11 happens, his successor, Democrat or Republican, is going to have to go back to Afghanistan. And guess what? A lot of the anti-war people today are going to be rooting for them to do it. Same way they rooted for Bush.
Hey, this is Biden's way of wiping his hands of it, though. Like, hey, I didn't pass that. It's a different fight. I didn't pass the same fight to you.
You don't get to. You should not run for president in the United States if you're worried what people, think of you in the moment here and now. You have to be able to act as a leader and not do the Obama thing of, oh, do 50.0000001% of Americans support this thing now? I'm going to flip-flop. It's like, dude, give it a rest. Just lead. Be a one-term president. Who cares? Get the job done. I'm so sick of that. Like, imagine getting one term as president. That's already a big accomplishment. Who cares if you get a second term? Just be a leader. Be a lion.
And if that's the case and you get to your second term, okay, then I guess lead. But no, that doesn't happen either.
That doesn't happen either. Obama was arguably weaker in his second term than he was in his first. So, I mean, keep in mind, Ukraine happened.
Well, that's when a lot of the wind down in Afghanistan was starting too.
That's right. His first term in Afghanistan actually saw it saw higher troop deployments than under Bush, for reference. So, but there was no consistency to it. So,
with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to...
Look, if you're Ghani and the President of the United States tells you, hey man, this whole thing where you guys have your own government and self-determination and we help you and help your security until you're able to defend yourselves. We're kind of done with that, bro. So good luck, bro. That's what he told Ghani. Imagine being Ghani. That's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna throw you and your people under a bus. But GG, right? It's been too long, bro.
I seriously want, it's not enough to just say this. I need names. Who are these development experts and generals and analysis who co-signed this?
Like, there's no way that conversation.
Of course, the cucks in Congress did, and of course Kamala did. But no, someone whose opinion on this actually that matters. Which general said this was a good idea?
Nothing. There's no way that conversation with Ghani was like, oh yeah, so See, for me, I've got progressives here, and they don't like that I'm helping you and your government not become a Taliban vassal state. And Ghani's like, oh, I see where you're coming from. No, there's no way. There's no way there wasn't something like, are you serious? You don't have to do this just because Trump did it. You like, I guarantee that conversation wasn't like, oh, see where you're coming from. I guess that kind of makes sense. You need to appeal to your base.
They were probably initially relieved that Trump didn't win because they thought Trump was going to pull out.
Yes.
So they're like, oh yes, Mr. Biden, we can't wait to work with you. Oh shit. All right. I guess that's what you're gonna do. Thanks.
Dude.
Thanks for nothing.
Oh my God. I just the way that he speaks about it, he's like, hey man, like I talk to people about this. I talk to development people, I talk to generals, I talk to Kamala Harris, I talk to Ghani. It's like, yeah, that's kind of like talking to the South Korean president as the North Koreans invade and you tell them we're not going to help you, and they say, are you freaking serious? What about our agreement? And then you go out and give a speech and say, oh yeah, we talked to the vice president, we talked to the president of South Korea. Like he makes it out as if it was just chummy. There's no way that conversation was chummy. Ghani was probably infuriated as hell that you're abandoning his government to the freaking Taliban. Understand something, right? About a little over 70,000 people have died fighting the Taliban since 2001. 67,000 of those were Afghan security forces. You know how many Taliban were killed? About 72,000. You know what that means? That's a 1-to-1 kill-to-death ratio, roughly speaking, with Western help. Imagine how much they're going to be pummeled once there's no Western technical superiority there anymore. They're going to be overrun in a matter of weeks. Like people talk about, oh, there could be a civil war. I guess it'll last like a week. It's not going to be
civil war is the best case scenario because that means people are actually fighting back.
It's going to be an immediate return to Taliban rule. There's no who thinks that the Afghan government's going to be able to hold out? It's going to be like Saigon.
With lack of U.S. funding, there's also a lot of concern about desertion in the Afghan ranks.
Why would
if you can't pay them?
No, why would you? Like, if you're Afghan security forces right now, and then the Americans leave, why would you stay in that job? You know you're going to lose. The morale is going to be the lowest of the low. Like the morale was, I guarantee you this: the morale in Berlin during the Battle of Berlin on the Nazi side was higher than the morale in the Afghan security forces after the Americans pulled out. Like, think about that. Seriously, like, because there were people that were like, oh, you know, we have to uphold the Führer's law and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, dude, the Soviets are outside. You've lost. And they're like, they followed the rules to the end and stuff. And there were people that went out there and did all kinds of stuff that, you know, you could call heroic for the Nazi side, that you're like, you guys are losing the war. There's no saving this. What are you doing? But they still gave their lives for Hitler. Nobody on the Afghan side is going to be risking their life or guaranteed giving up their life now for a project they know has failed. They're just going to leave. They're going to desert. They're going to leave. They're going to try to cover up their record with the government. Some of them are going to get out of the country. After the Taliban comes in, there's going to be a vast purge of people that they accused of collaborating with the government for 20 years. Lots of public executions in stadia, that kind of thing. It's going to be a bloodbath. The idea, oh, there could be a civil war. That's the same talk about the situation in Myanmar right now. I want there to be a civil war there. A civil war would be a better status quo than tyranny. So,
well, that's, you know, I was maybe saving this point for later, but we have been fed a narrative for years that war is the ultimate evil. And not only is that dumb, but it's also very damaging because it's a narrative that creates a lot of politically relevant opinions in the political discourse. If people believe that war is the ultimate evil, they'll avoid it at all costs, even if it is a superior outcome to oppression, to genocide, and to a state being overrun by terrorists. That's the problem. People look at Syria and they say, oh my God, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. They have a civil war. No, that's good. You don't understand. It is good that people fought back. It's good that people didn't just accept autocracy over their lives. That is a good thing. It's very sad that we actually have to explain this to people who ostensibly are against tyranny.
There could be a civil war, man. Look at Lincoln, man.
Yeah, totally the same thing. that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem for Americans. They associate civil war with that, and that makes civil war bad.
That was better than tolerating slavery. That was better than the status quo. So
that's true as well.
Every country without slavery, like, I mean, tell me a situation where a civil war isn't an improvement over the status quo right now in the world. I mean, in these hotbed areas. I don't know. I mean, I know Kanzik was saying some hawks in our community think the Afghan government can hold up on its own against the Taliban. Yeah, no, those hawks don't know what they're talking about on this issue. So.
False. Very false.
They haven't seen the KD ratio. It's basically 1-to-1. That's with Western help.
We're gonna be right, and we're not going to enjoy being right.
No, I said that on the stream the other day. Like, understand something. Somebody was saying how, like, oh, you guys took a huge L today. I'm like, no. Let's be clear about something. Me personally, I'm fine. The odds of me dying in the next 9/11 are so small. I'm gonna go about my life. I'm gonna do videos and stuff and speak truth and all that kind of stuff and everything. Guess what? This is gonna be such a dismal failure, and it's going to be in the news so much. I'm probably going to get views and subs as a result of this, just from this event alone over the next 10, 20 years. I'm also going to be vindicated, and people are going to come around to my show and subscribe to me and perhaps even become patrons. This is not an L for me. It's an L for the people of Afghanistan that this guy on the screen right now just threw under the bus and into the dark ages. It's not an L for the neocons. It's never been an L for the hawks. We're doing fine. We were lucky enough to be born in the best countries in the world. We're not going to take pleasure in being vindicated on this, but nonetheless, this is happening either way, and we will be vindicated on it. Likewise with war here. Oh, war is bad. Yeah, war is unavoidable, and America will be returning to Afghanistan. The only difference is America will be starting from square one again instead of having the upper hand now.
Yay!
Thanks, so Biden. So, no, I'm so done. I'm so done. Like, people were saying, oh, they were dunking on us and everything. And it's like, understand, the population of Canada just got thrown into the dark ages. This isn't a moment to celebrate and dunk on the Hawks. Like, yeah, we're sad about it. This isn't an L for us. We live in the West.
I mean, they're not even doing that though. Like I was saying earlier, they're still as miserable as they always are. They're finding things to complain about. They're complaining about the contractors.
Unironic ANCAP was like gloating about it. Like,
well, you know, to be fair, I doubt he has much else to gloat about. So, you know,
yeah, that's basically
have your little victory parade at the expense of millions of people, you dick. But whatever.
But see, that's the thing. He hasn't won over Unironic ANCAP either, because come election day, guess who Unironic ANCAP's going to vote for? Probably the Libertarian Party. So
Gary Johnson, he'll bring us back.
You know what's so funny? I applied to join a group today on Facebook just for the memes. The name of the group is Gary Johnson is a neocon and a traitor to the Libertarian Party. No, so I want to go into the group because I was looking at like neocon groups. And I'm like, oh, what groups can I join? See if we can get some new members and stuff to join the community and everything, and tell them about what I do. And one of the groups that comes up is, oh, Gary Johnson is a neocon. Oh, well, that's curious. And I'm like, wait, is this a troll? No. Understand something. They're like hardcore libertarians that think that Gary Johnson sold out to the Republicans. So think about that. And I'm like, I'm looking at this. I showed this to Arthur. I'm like, just try to join this group. Let's see if my request is pending, but like I got accepted into some communist groups today by answering questions like, describe your political ideology. And I'm like, oh, unilateral liberalism / neoconservatism. Apparently I got approved. So now I'll get approved here. Who knows? So it depends on their kind of standards and how dumb they are at filtering out, potential trolls. I could have some fun trolling in that group, but I mostly just kind of want to see like their discussions. The thing is, they are actually like the members are libertarians. Like it's not like it's not like they're hawks making fun of Gary Johnson or something. Like, oh yeah, let's call him like neocon or whatever. They're really upset that he shilled for the status quo, I guess. So I can't get over that. Gary Johnson, I'm just thinking like when you're so libertarian that Gary Johnson is neocon. Imagine that. It's like, I mean, we always talk about libertarianism and stuff, but like there are gradations of libertarian. There's cringe, and then there's like, what the hell is that?
All my neocon homies don't know where Aleppo is.
Yeah, Aleppo. What is in Aleppo? Like, and what is in Aleppo? Somebody was trying to defend that, I think, saying like he didn't understand what they were asking about. Like he knew what Aleppo was, but he wasn't sure what form of Aleppo. Like, were they asking about
What?
an object or a city? Like that was the defense, was that he was just trying to clarify on, well, like for example, if I say to you, what's your opinion on laundry? And laundry happens to be a city in, I don't know, let's say Nepal. And I'm asking about that. And you're like, oh, well, I just washed my laundry today. It's like, he doesn't even know where laundry is. That was the defense that they were trying to give, that he knew what Aleppo was. He just wasn't sure which Aleppo was being asked about, which is hilariously.
Except there's no other meaning of Aleppo.
No other Aleppo, though. That's why it's funny. It's such a cope. So but that was a
you Aleppo your laundry.
Yeah, he was. That's right. But that was a libertarian who was desperate to defend Gary Johnson and from the media smears. But these guys, they're not defending Gary Johnson. They think he's a neocon, status quo.
There's two sides of stupid that we encountered today.
Right. That's right. No, and I'm like, what other groups out there on Facebook unironically exist that have cringy titles like that? I can't wait. So give me other terms to type into Facebook for groups, and we'll see what's out there. Maybe neoliberal could be a fun one to look through. I'm sure there's probably stuff like calling Vosh a neoliberal. That's probably a group out there. Almost certainly, with all the tankies and stuff. They don't really like Vosh. So pretty sure Hawes called him a neoliberal, actually. But or what did he call him? No, he called him an
Anglo.
Yeah, a Democrat or something like that. It's just funny, So I mean, yeah.
Anyway.
I guess we can get back to this. So obviously a lot of this episode is just going to be talking about Biden's speech. But again, this was like, people are saying, I hope this doesn't become a regular thing. This is the thing. We're already done. This is like just this. If he doesn't do anything else as president, doesn't pull out anywhere else, doesn't throw, any other, wrenches into the military commitment in Black Sea or whatever. Anything else, this is going to be a miserable failure. This alone, like there might be more of these kinds of moments, but this is awful. This is on the same level, except way worse in the grand scheme of things. But this is a similar vein to when Trump pulled out of northeastern Syria and abandoned the Kurds. That's what Biden's doing right now, and we called out Donald Trump for that, and we're calling out Biden now. So nobody can accuse this channel of being partisan hackery. So,
They will. Just give them time.
End America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home. When I came to office, I inherited a diplomatic agreement duly negotiated between the government of the United States and the Taliban that all U.S. forces.
Oh, so it happened. It happened, so I need to honor it.
But it's an agreement with the Taliban. That's like, oh man, well, there's a deal here that Trump signed with the devil, and now I'm in charge.
I mean, it was signed formally. There were cameras. We got to do it. We got.
Yeah,
the
devil's going to be upset if we don't continue selling our souls, man.
What the fuck? Come on, man. Trump had a lot of plans that you're not going to see through. You're not an extension of Trump. Your administration was not supposed to be a tumor on Trump's administration. What the fuck are you doing? Well, the previous administration. You're your own administration.
By this definition, you could say, oh, well, the previous administration banned gay marriage, and, who are we to say not to do that, man?
I mean, that wasn't this first stint of his presidency. He was overturning all of Trump's executive orders.
He did 32 executive orders in the first week, if I recall correctly.
And a bunch of them were in direct response to Trump's executive orders.
Right. That's right.
So what the fuck? Why? So for that, no, we can do our own thing. But for this, let's just do what they did. Except not. You're not even doing it on the same day. You purposefully changed it to 9/11.
This is the worst thing he could have continued from Trump. I mean, come on. So you nix the Keystone XL pipeline. You could have said, hey, man, Trump was down for Keystone, so we're going to continue it even if I don't like it. So he nixes that, but then, but pulling out of Afghanistan, but Trump signed a deal with the Taliban.
I mean, he did it.
Wait, so hold on, guys. By that logic, shouldn't you be leaving in May then? What's the deal? Like, why not just leave in May then?
But what about my 20 years, though?
Like, and by the way, it doesn't honestly matter. Like, we can say, oh, well, at least he extended it. Understand something. That's like delaying.
Oh, that doesn't matter at all.
That's like delaying an exam. You're going to fail by 2 weeks, and then having those 2 weeks to play Fortnite, and then you go into the exam and fail the exam. Oh, well, we delayed it, so that's a win. No, you still failed.
Man, I had 2 extra weeks of Fortnite, though.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. Like, whether the country falls into darkness and Taliban rule in May or in September doesn't matter, because that just means that the next terror attack will happen sooner, and then we'll be back there sooner. That's it. Like, all this stuff happens the same schedule no matter what. It's not like if you stay until September, there's no another 9/11. They're going to do another 9/11. And people might say, oh, it's been 20 years and there hasn't been another 9/11. You know why? Because they've been too busy over there fighting us over there. Now they don't have to, so they can come and bomb us over here, like they did in 2001. That's not that complicated. This is something
that was 20 years ago, man.
That's something that John Bolton talks about. Like, that's the thing about this. A lot of these concepts aren't actually in any way complicated. Like saying that the Taliban only understands the language of violence, saying that, we should fight them over there rather than have them fight us over here. These are really simple concepts. This shouldn't be hard for people to understand. So,
they're about to relearn some lessons in a hard way.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, consider the fact that when George Bush ran, he wasn't that interventionist. All of his supporters and him, they became hawk-pilled by 9/11. That's going to happen again.
And we've been talking about for a long time. We've been trying to sway the conversation. So we understand that in some ways the hawk pill is inevitable.
Oh, it's inevitable.
We don't want it to get to this point.
How many people died? Like, World War II was inevitable. It should have started in 1936. But they should have called his bluff on and refused to do the appeasement. But instead, Chamberlain got peace in our time, and he got 3 more years. The Hawks were vindicated then, and guess what? You went from a few million people dying to 50 million people dying. Oh, great. Wonderful. How lovely. I guess they were supposed to feel wonderful and like, oh, yeah, we took a win. We were right.
This is why we've had so many segments where we're arguing for preemptive action.
Yes.
Preemptive presence at the very least. And people don't get it. They don't get it at all. But they're about to get it. They're going to learn. Even forget the West being attacked. We're going to learn as soon as we're out in any major capacity. As soon as we're out, every headline coming out of Afghanistan is going to be a nightmare. There's not going to be good headlines coming out of Afghanistan.
Who cares, man? It doesn't affect me over in Kansas. And then it's like a year later, the Taliban bombs Topeka. It's like, oh, well, it's not in Kansas. It's like, oh, actually, it is.
Joke's on you, I wasn't in Topeka.
Yeah, joke's on you, I was somewhere in Topeka. that's just those city folks halfway around the world, man.
Hawks owned.
Yeah, I mean, so their way of dunking on us to say that we took an L is to say 37 million people go into slavery and we get bombed again. No, understand, that's not an L for the Hawks. That's an L for everybody who's not the Taliban. The only people who took a W here were the Taliban. They took a fat W. Biden just handed the Taliban a fat W.
Here you go, bros.
Yeah. And they're not happy with it. It's not big enough. They want a bigger W.
No, they're still bitching. So,
of course, and I don't blame them. Like, if you're a marketing strategist for the Taliban, you would tell them to continue this too. So, you know, maybe Biden can go and get a job in their marketing firm after this. You know, cushy retirement benefits, all that kind of stuff. You know, he delivered them a big win. So, you know, big win. But unfortunately, he's not even liked by them. Not winning over the progressives, not winning over the libertarians, not even winning over the Taliban. This helped nobody.
And pissing us off.
Yeah, they guaranteed he's going to be a one-term president because he just set up the easiest campaign where for 3 years, everything bad that happens in Afghanistan, the Republicans can just say, oh, well, that's Biden's fault. So, I mean, if you're going to pull out, at least do it in your last year or so. The consequences don't happen on your watch, dumbass. Like,
my final action. Okay, I'm gone.
Yeah, but at least then the consequences are under the next guy. But doing it in the first 3 months is dumb politically because, of course, everybody knows it's going to go south. The generals told him, like, yeah, but understand that all the carnage is going to be on your watch.
Like, I guarantee you he has people in his ear who said, actually, this will be good for you optic-wise, because you'll be known as the president who ended America's longest war, and people will love you. But that's not been the response at all.
There's a chance that if the next 9/11 type thing happens in 2023, Biden's going to be the one sending the troops back into Afghanistan in 2024 before the election, very possibly. So this is, I mean, it depends what kind of timetable we're talking about. That probably won't happen, but it could happen on his watch. I mean, it depends how quickly they consolidate power in Afghanistan and then start working with other terrorists again, the plot international terrorists. I think they're going to wrap up and get that under lock within a month or two. I don't think it's going to be a really long civil war. So I think it's going to be pretty easy. So.
And even if not Biden, it would affect Harris. It would affect anyone associated with the administration, anyone in the party who was on board with this. No, this is not going away anytime soon. This will be remembered as an extremely pivotal moment in modern history. Anyway,
and then we'll go to an intermission after this. So.
This would be out of.
Yeah, no, I think it was a political move, like a political stunt. I think that was the main motivation. I want to be known as the president who ended America's longest war, who brought the boys home, who gave us peace. But he's not giving us peace at all. He's actually giving us a worse war. Mm-hmm. But, you know, to idiots, they'll be like, oh, he's giving us peace. Good enough.
That's right. Got us peace in our time, man.
A diplomatic agreement duly negotiated between the government of the United States and the Taliban that all U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just 3 months after my inauguration. That's what we inherited, that commitment. It's perhaps not what I would have negotiated myself.
Perhaps.
But it was an agreement made.
Wait. Come on.
You can't be serious, man.
Wait, that's like, and maybe I think they brought him in to be CIA director, Mr. Gina Haspel. Maybe I think that was
that's right.
Agriculture. That was Kyle, of course. Probably. Like, come on, man. You're supposed to be the decisive commander-in-chief, leader of the free world. What do you mean, perhaps? What are you talking about? Like, can you imagine if I was president of the United States? I'd just be like, we're liberating North Korea right now. That's it. That's the speech. Deal with it. Okay. If not, we're probably going to have to negotiate with Kim about, like, maybe he can't have any more nukes, and maybe he can keep the nukes he already has.
We're going to give him a stern talking to.
We're very concerned, bro.
All right, young man. You're going to go to your room until you've thought back on your actions.
I can't. Yeah, it's supposed to be the decider. That's right. So we went from this. We went from this to
this, which is just mincing his words.
We inherited that commitment.
We inherit. Oh,
perhaps
we inherited it.
Negotiate it myself.
Okay. That brings up the second point. This is what initially I was going to comment on before you brought up perhaps. I was going to comment on negotiate. Wait, whatever happened to we don't negotiate with terrorists? Whatever happened to that?
That's whatever so 20 years ago, man. This is what people said 20 years ago.
I guess we negotiate with terrorists now, like mask off, not even like off the record like Reagan. Like what? Like that's mask off. He's admitting there that that you're negotiating with terrorists. He's admitting that Trump negotiated with terrorists and that he is working on the terms of those negotiations that he said were duly conducted. Duly conducted. Oh yeah, it was a duly signed deal with the devil, man. We sold our souls, man. The previous guy did it, and so.
And we clearly respect everything he did. I mean, that's what we're all about. The previous guy did it.
The previous guy, man, like he signed a deal with the devil where the devil would get his soul. But you know what? I'm I'm altering the deal and making it better where he doesn't get my soul for an extra 6 months. It's like, oh, okay. I guess 6 months. So you're just drawing out time. So he doesn't have your soul for as long as he would have with Trump. Okay.
He can't even tell us what his own personal view of it is.
No. But like, understand something here. It's basically the same thing. Like I usually use terms like millions of years or infinity or eternity or whatever in international relations. Understand something. Like unless you intervene in a situation like Afghanistan or North Korea, those regimes they're going to be there in 1,000 years and 8,000 years. It's just going to be what happens. 6 months doesn't make a difference. We all know what the consequence of this is. It's the same thing. September or May doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. It's irrelevant. It's immaterial. It doesn't matter. All that's doing now is going to mean that there's 6 months of high tensions in Afghanistan in the run up to the Civil War, and then the Civil War happens and they win. Nobody thinks that. Like I want to know who thinks the Afghan. Like I don't know. Kansik was probably paying more attention to tweets and stuff. I've been pretty busy lately. I haven't even tweeted very much lately. But you should still follow me because I do tweet and my tweets are bangers. But here's the thing. Witch hawks are saying that the Afghan security forces are going to hold their own against the Taliban when they had a 1-to-1 ratio against the Taliban with Western help. Nobody thinks they're going to hold that 1-to-1 ratio of casualties once they're on their own. They're going to get slaughtered. The Taliban knows it. They know it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that's what's going to happen. Everybody's just like, oh, crap. Hopefully.
Especially if the Taliban, they're at their strongest ever in terms of numbers. They're galvanized.
They have twice the forces right now that they had before. They're going to, like, even if in the best case scenario nobody deserted, then they get slaughtered. Here's what's probably going to happen: they desert, and then the Afghan government, they don't surrender, but they flee the country. That's what's going to happen. Like, let's be real. Who are we kidding? What hawks don't understand that? What hawks?
I can't say I've seen anyone say
that, but I'm
sure it's out there.
Okay.
I'm
not naming names. I don't want to out.
I don't want to out anyone.
No, okay, but like, were these public tweets? Because if they're public tweets, you're not really outing anybody by telling us. If it was on the record, then don't tell us.
We'll find them. We will
find them and be like, imagine it's John Bolton. Like, it's not
At that point, we would be like, John, what the fuck,
dude.
dude?
Just like send him an email.
That's a bruh moment. Bruh.
I saw your tweet saying that you thought that they could manage on their own. That was pretty cringe, bro. Just send that to his secretary.
The Taliban, they're going to be so galvanized. There's going to be like weekly suicide bombings. Like, there's no way in hell.
They'll be so energetic. No, I mean, I really think that they're going to be so energetic about this. I don't even know if they'll do the suicide bombings, because usually they do those kinds of things in desperation, or if they're excited about martyrdom or all that kind of stuff and everything. I really think that they're just going to make, like, a concerted effort to fight and not even like kill themselves, just like straight up, on the ground with guns, storm a market, and then continue shooting. Because what's a suicide bomber, once it goes off, there's no more death afterwards. But I don't know. I really think they're like seriously just going to storm stuff and continue fighting on and take ground and take ground and take ground. Yeah, maybe some suicide bombings in there too. But I mean, they just won huge against the most powerful superpower in history, not because America lost. It's similar to Vietnam, but because America didn't have the will to clinch, victory. I mean, Biden here has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They were very close. 2,500 troops now were able to keep the Taliban at bay. It used to take 100,000 under Obama, for example. And yet, it's been too long. I like how he talks about it as if, I'm the fourth president that had to deal with this. As if the Afghan war under Obama was in any way similar to what it was under Trump or under Biden. Like, look at the troop numbers: 100,000, 90,000 in, what was it, 2010, 2011, 2012. What is it now? Oh, 2,500. Oh, well, it's the same thing, man. It's like, I'm the next president. No, Obama literally had 40 times as many people there in a given year.
Yeah, just winding down, becoming less involved, and this is just the final pull of the plug. It's okay. We're not doing this anymore. I mean, five presidents, or four, whatever. Four presidents, man. Four presidents did this. This is what makes it disappointing. 4 presidents and 5 evil twins for you. There's Reece and Reece. This is what makes it particularly disappointing. When Trump was talking about pulling out, I wasn't surprised, because I was like, it's Trump. He's a guy without principles.
Yes.
Joe Biden has marketed himself as being a guy with principles. He's made moral-based arguments for intervention throughout his career, including on this issue.
That's right.
Seeing this is just such a massive fall from grace for me. What the fuck is this? You know what? What makes it worse, he knows this is wrong. He knows this is the wrong move. He's doing this for political clout, and it's not even worth it. You know this is wrong, man. You have to know this is wrong. I don't want to live in a world where you don't know this is wrong.
No, he knows. That's why he's not very energetic or decisive.
But he's sneaking in these like, I don't know if I necessarily would have agreed, with Trump's deal with the Taliban. Then why the fuck are you honoring it? You don't actually have to follow through with it. Oh, but it's a deal, man. We can't pull out of deals. That'd make me like Trump and Iran. So I need to honor Trump's deals. No, you don't. You could easily come out and say, we're not honoring that at all. Our administration has a different vision of what the country is going to be in the upcoming years. Next. But no, you're not going to do that. You're going to, on this one issue, forget everything else. Forget all the executive orders that you overturned. Every part of Trump's platform that you vehemently opposed. On this issue, you're going to cite tradition. It's an argument from tradition. They did it before. They were doing it a few years ago. We should do it too.
You shouldn't. Dumb. It's so dumb.
Come up with a better reason, at least. Come up with a better reason to do it. Not just that the last guy was going to do it. It'd be like if your friend jumped off a cliff. Well, he did it. I guess I should. Like if you signed a contract with your friend, we're both going to jump off the cliff, and then your friend jumps off the cliff. Well, I have to honor this. I signed it. I'm a man of honor above all else.
What happened this week was incredibly sad. I don't think a lot of people really understand the gravity of what's going to unfold right now. Understand something. I did a few different streams, videos dedicated to the different aspects of this. We went over the lives that were lost in vain now. We went over the money that was spent in vain. We went over the consequences of what's going to unfold here for Afghanistan.
Sounds like warmongering.
Understand something. 37 million people just got sent back into the dark ages. And we just had a country become a safe haven for terror again. About 70,000 people died now for nothing because of this. $1.2 trillion was spent in Afghanistan by the United States. About $18 billion was spent by Canada. But if you scale up Canada's economy to America's, Canada spent a sixth as much per capita. That's gone. What Australia spent, the United Kingdom, all of this because of one man and his political calculation. That's it. And so you know what I'm done with are these like idiots out there that they find the great man theory of history problematic or whatever. And like, no, there's more than like individual. What they don't understand is like societies are hierarchical. Turns out if you're the president of the United States and you decide to do things like this willy-nilly and ignore advice, yeah, you can very easily, if you're the president of the United States, one man can just make $1.2 trillion and 70,000 people die in vain all of a sudden. Very easily. So don't at me like, oh, great theory of history is problematic. No, you're seeing it unfold right now. This is one man ruining everything of the last 20 years and rendering it all to be in vain. Undebatable. That's what's happened here. This is one man. He's ignoring his advice. This is not like the system, the status quo, or the establishment or whatever. The establishment, by and large, is pretty pro-lifting sanctions on Iran and prefers free trade with China and all that kind of stuff. But on this, no, he actually bucked the Pentagon here. So that's one man, Joe Biden, nobody else gets the blame for this.
Oh, but what about all the development experts and the generals?
Yeah,
Congress.
No general.
Everyone was on board. Afghanistan was on board. They loved it.
Oh yeah, Ghani, big fan of the deal. He loved the deal, man. Get that piece.
Look, we make the best deals here.
What do you even say at this point? Like, I am very, very disappointed and disgusted, actually, with the fucking disgrace that this has become. I mean, people don't care about Afghanistan. You know, people will always say to us, oh, you guys are racist. You guys don't care about people in the Middle East. You want to bomb stuff. No, he just sent 37 million brown people in Afghanistan back into the dark ages, all those women into default slavery, essentially. Where's the question about, does Biden not give a shit about brown people? Because it seems like the only stuff he ever talks about are white Americans and virtue signaling to black Americans. What does he feel about brown people? Where's that discussion?
But it's so far away, and it's not America.
Well, it's far away until it's in, like, you know, southern Manhattan, and 3,000 people are dead.
That's pretty close to home right there. But we've been there for so long, too.
Yeah, the mission isn't done. It's like, say you're on an 8-hour shift and you leave at 5 hours through. You tell your manager, I'm going home. And they say, why, are you sick? And you're like, been here too long. What are you fucking talking about, you stupid child? This is child's rhetoric. This is the rhetoric and the logic of a child. What Biden is trying to shove down our throats here. Unbelievably immature. You're supposed to be the commander-in-chief, not the follower of Ilhan Omar in chief. And Ilhan Omar's not even gonna like you.
No, she was bitching about him this week.
She's not gonna sleep with you, Joe.
and she'll sleep with some questionable people. So you know, really,
absolutely. And she won't sleep with him. She called him an imperialist ghoul.
Oh man, I don't know how much more of this we need to do. Honestly, we could do maybe.
I'm done. I'm done. Honestly, I'd rather go to an intermission. I'm kind of sick of looking at Biden right now. Honestly,
that's a good point. You know, it's a long video. We were never going to make it all the way through, but
no, we're 25% through the video.
that's Ghoul Gang Rising, folks. I mean, it really is. The reasoning is really that piss poor. Unfucking believable. This easily the worst thing he's done so far. Don't top it.
Everything else combined by orders of magnitude, though. Like nothing else comes close. Even like you multiply the Keystone thing by 100, it's still nowhere near as bad as what just happened. I mean, and you say, oh well, that was really important for trade between America and Canada, and it was good towards energy independence and all this kind of stuff. And you know, it's one step closer towards diluting the energy market and hurting Russia and all this kind of stuff. No, it's not even 1/1000th of what just happened here, because nobody was going to die or be sentenced to slavery whether you did the Keystone or not. It's a loss for both countries, but whatever, it's economic. But this, we're talking about misery and suffering here. Like, yeah, we could have been slightly richer if we'd done the Keystone thing. Both countries could have had a win-win. Now here, this is a win-lose. It's a win for the Taliban and a lose for the people of Afghanistan and America and the West and Britain and everybody else. Maybe it's a win for China too, to a lesser extent. But wow, unbelievable. I mean, I think we've gone over everything right now. I mean, all my videos this week have been about this. So I was going to do the Anglo box video this week and everything, and then all this shit comes up. So
yeah, it's horrible. It's a horrible move, and it's one of the big reasons that some people, including myself, although I didn't need really more reasons, voted for Joe in the first place. Because we heard that plan already. We've been through this. We had the fear for a long time that we were going to pull out. That's why we elected you, so that you wouldn't do that. And you failed. You absolutely failed. And we get nothing from it. Do you think the boys are happy to be coming home after wasting their time on tour?
They'll probably be as thrilled and ecstatic as the boys that were sent home from northeastern Syria and Somalia.
Basically not at all.
No, they'll be like, are you serious? All of our partners and everything, all of our mission, all of our efforts, everything out the window now because you want to appease the progressives that don't even like you anyway? That's what they're going to say. Like, I mean, a lot of those guys over there are like straight shooters, and I'm sure if you were to ask them, get a microphone in front of them, CNN or whatever, what do you make of this? I'd just love to see the reaction by some of those troops who'd be like, hey, look, Mr. President, AOC, she's not going to sleep with you, dude. What are you doing? Like, that's basically what's happening here. There's no logic to this. He's not winning over anybody. Any of those progressives that will give him credit for 2 days are going to go back to calling him an imperialist. I guarantee it. They're not going to be won over in the long run. He's not getting any votes from this. All that he's losing are moderates. So
Yeah. It's, this is the real pill. I'm beginning to think that a lot of the cultural discourse is in vain, and it will take another 9/11 for people to understand the gravity of what we're dealing with. I didn't want it to be that way, though. I really wanted us to be in a situation where, okay, we can look at history, we know what's happened. Now let's do everything in our power to avoid those mistakes again. The mistake there, people always say that, oh, they could have prevented 9/11. Yeah, potentially people could have prevented 9/11 if they were more proactive against Al-Qaeda in the decade before 9/11. That not that there was a conspiracy, not that the hijackers were working for the government and it was all staged. Fuck that.
Hey, man, Ron Dumber than Jake Paul said that it was an inside job, and he said that Building 7 was a part-time job, and Building 1 was a seasonal job. That's what Alex Jones told me.
7-Eleven.
That's right.
It's going to take something like that. Okay, if that's how people wanted to play it.
No, I know. After the next 9/11 type situation happens too, all those MAGA guys are going to be like the most hawkish, warmongering sounding people around, super jingoistic, all that kind of stuff. They're going to go back to like saying the same shit that Bush's fans said when the Dixie Chicks said that they were ashamed of Bush and the Iraq War and everything. They're going to burn their records and everything. They're going to call anybody that opposes the war effort a hippie and a communist and everything. Like, it's going to happen. Like I said, you're going to see the subscriber numbers on this channel shoot up through the roof. We're not going to take pleasure in that because it means a lot of fucking Americans and maybe Canadians, wherever it is, maybe it's London, are going to die. So this doesn't stay in Afghanistan. It only stays in Afghanistan when you're there. Once they don't have to deal with you there, they deal with you here. That's how this works. It's not that complicated.
Their goal, and it was funny because Joe was. I'll address a couple things. So I wasn't saying, when I say another 9/11, I don't necessarily mean an attack with an airplane.
Oh,
because that security has been so drastically beefed up.
That's irrelevant. It could be an Iranian manufactured small yield nuclear device detonated in an American suburb or something that kills 10,000 people.
It would be an attack of significant international implication. Unlike a lot of shootings that we see, it would be a massive attack from a foreign entity, a foreign agent that was an adversary of the country, and it would send people into absolute shock.
Absolutely. I mean, consider the fact that the Taliban is basically a proxy group of Pakistan, and they of course had ties in the past to Iran and Al Qaeda. It's actually very easy if the Iranian or Pakistani governments decided to let it fly, to give them even a very small nuclear device. They put that in a harbor or something somewhere. I mean, the thing is, like, if you watch a test video of a 1 kiloton device exploding in Nevada, it has a bright flash for a split second, and it kind of like fizzes out a little bit. And, the camera, of course, is like 10 kilometers away, so it looks kind of small. And a lot of the comments on the video are always like, oh, that was kind of, didn't really meet expectations or whatever. No, understand something. You put that over any big urban area, even a 1 kiloton device would just kill 10,000 people. So imagine they did that. Imagine they did that. It's not going to be aircraft. It'll be something else. Like a very small nuclear device that doesn't take that much material, which Iran has. We know they have that. They don't necessarily have the device constructed, but they have the fissile material for it. Pakistan already has 200 nukes anyway. They could easily do that. And nobody's going to invade Pakistan or Iran because it was the Taliban that did it. So they won't get blamed if they pass on nukes. And it could, as an example, it could be an Oklahoma City style one, like conventional attack. It could be a mass coordinated shooting spree. It could be all kinds of things. The point is, whatever it is, by leaving them a safe haven, basically the biggest safe house in the world for terrorists to all get together and work out their plots, well, you're guaranteeing now that they're going to come for you over here. So And like a lot of those people that are isolationists right now and lean in that direction are going to be there. They'll have the most hawkish rhetoric you've ever seen after this happens, talking about how, you know, we need to fight these people, and these people started this war, and they're begging for American military might to rain down on them, all this kind of stuff and everything. And we'll find a lot of people now all of a sudden embrace the hawk pill. You know, it's going to happen. That's what happened after 9/11 happened. A lot of those Bush supporters weren't particularly interventionists, and then they were. So it happens. Reality, that moments like that mug people by reality very quickly. So
absolutely. This might be the last thing I say about this. I found it funny that in Joe Biden's speech, he mentioned he was doing this whataboutery with ISIS and Al-Shabaab and all these other groups. Oh, the ISIS, you know, they're trying to form this caliphate in Syria and Iraq, totally ignoring that the Taliban have goals of becoming a caliphate. Do you think the Taliban want to exclusively operate in Afghanistan? No. They've talked about for years expanding into a rival caliphate. This is, and people think, okay, well, if we leave it behind, it's just going to be Afghanistan. No, it won't. It will become a new regional problem, bigger than it was last time, much bigger. They're stronger than they've ever been. And they're stronger than they've ever been because we spent 10 years doing nothing and pretending. But we treated it narratively like we were doing the same thing, like it was 2002 all over again. Mm-hmm. We're still in the war. It's one of the wars. Oh, look at all these bombs we're dropping. Look at all these drones we're using. Yeah, it's not really war though. If they double their troop numbers, you're doing a bad job winning the war. Just saying. So if you're going to have concern over the ISIS caliphate, I think this deserves a mention. But no one's going to talk about that at all. Instead, what you're going to get hawks, in quotes, you know, like Tulsi, who go on about how opposed they are to Al-Qaeda. They're so opposed to Al-Qaeda, they even hate when the U.S. funds Al-Qaeda. Wink, wink. What about the Taliban? Oh, yeah, we should leave. Oh, really? That's interesting. I guess you weren't that opposed to Al-Qaeda to begin with. It's almost like it was just a talking point to smear the U.S. That's all it was. It wasn't legitimate concern, real concern over Al-Qaeda. No, it's completely inconsistent. The argument that they're making is that the reason in place 20 years ago to go into Afghanistan is no longer valid because our goals have been achieved. No, they haven't. How could you even say that? If the goal is to prevent a terrorist threat, but you leave, and then the country descends into chaos, and then it once again becomes a safe harbor for terrorists, how can you say that you've met that goal? Yes, I guess you've technically met that goal by keeping the fight over there, but the achievement goes away when you're no longer actively pursuing the country remaining in that state. That's the problem. So you can't say, well, we did it 20 years ago. We're done, right? We killed Osama bin Laden 10 years ago. We're done, right? It's almost like reality doesn't work that way. It's not like a video game where you get certain objectives and you reach them. Okay, mission's over. We won. No, reality changes in new and unexpected ways than what you would typically think. New problems arise.
And by the way,
using those problems. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just depending on whatever manner in which reality arises to, you know, getting your face and snap you out of your comfort zone, understand something. The end result of getting mugged by reality, it always leads to the hawk pill. It always does. You've seen it in all the debates I've done on this channel. Everybody that we've debated that has offered an alternate worldview has either a misguided view of human nature, a lacking understanding of history, a lack of knowledge of the world, a shelteredness from, you know, the reality of the world, a vast degree of privilege, residing in a bubble, etc. And you've also seen, in contrast, you've seen the Hawk Talk series. And we haven't done as many of those interviews as we've done with the debates, but you've seen with the Hawks, people that, whether they were always hawkish or if they came around to it later on, nobody's going to accuse them of living in a bubble. Like, they've woken up. They know how the real world works. And it doesn't mean they're all neocons. Doesn't mean that they're all, what would you call it, like offensive realists in the way that John Bolton is. But all of them understand that war is not the worst evil that's ever been around there. They're aware that there are worse evils out there in a way that the brainlet brigades that I will debate cannot even conceptualize out of either their ignorance or privilege or combination thereof.
That's the ultimate pill. I think that's more important than the hawk pill to some degree. That's the war pill. War is not the ultimate evil. People treat it like it is. That is the common narrative. And I implore people not to go along with it, because with that narrative, you can very easily justify situations in which truly horrendous things happen. Oh, but there's no war.
Yeah, well, people would say, how could you ever support war, though? Imagine being Jewish in 1944 in Germany. You would support a war against Hitler. A war is a better alternative there. The people
that would be good.
Yeah,
and we were saying that about Myanmar too. Like people were concerned over rising tensions and a civil war. A civil war would be good, because a civil war would mean that there are people who are still able to fight for their freedom. If there's no civil war, what that means is that the coup was successful and you have a completely oppressive state with the backing of China.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's peace. See, that's peace. Good.
They're not a province of China though, so like it's not like they're actually with China, right? Like you're just being hysterical, man. Just being a cold warrior, man.
Cold war. See, but that sounds awesome. Their insults suck. Get better insults. ISO cucks.
Absolutely.
Y'all are no good at this. You're failing and flailing. Absolutely. So are your policies.
Absolutely. We are going to an intermission, though, so we'll be back in a few minutes. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll have another couple videos for you. And then we'll call it a night.
Good stuff.
Okay, there we are.
Perfect. That banging elevator music.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Big ups to, of course, Arthur for making
Arthur,
the Hawk Pelt for making those based intermissions. Of course, we have the blue one. We don't use the blue one too often on the main show, but for Ghoul Gang Rising, we always go to an intermission because this show's always more than a couple of hours. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're only human. I know. It's a shock to everyone. Grab myself some water, some agua, to help my poor throat.
Yeah, that's because you're Anglo, man. Water's for the Anglo box.
You can lead an Anglo to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah, if you thought outside the Anglo box, you'd be a silicon-based life form, not one of those carbon-based life forms. Yeah, so.
Carbon is for nerds.
It's for Anglos.
Goddamn Anglos.
Right.
So we have some that Joe Biden bit took a long time, and we didn't even get through it.
Exhausting, man. 4 minutes of that was honestly worse than any of the Kyle videos we've done.
Because Kyle can't disappoint us.
He's the leader. His shit has real consequences.
Yeah, no, it was terrible, and we'll definitely be monitoring that. But we thought we'd stick with the theme a little bit.
I never supported Kyle either. I always knew that Kyle was going to post cringe. To see that shit from Biden's fucking disappointing. So
yeah, no, Kyle has never once disappointed me. I can say that with a straight face.
Yeah.
In fact, he always exceeds my expectations.
Yeah, no expectations, no disappointment. So
there you go. That's the real pill.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kyle, I mean, it wouldn't be Ghoul Gang Rising.
That's right. I forgot. We did have a video, so you know what that means. We're gonna have to issue this again. So the bootlicker alert is underway. It is live. This is ongoing, and we are monitoring.
This is an ongoing disaster,
and we are monitoring the situation.
Oh man! So we actually, there were so many Kyle videos to actually pick from. He obviously made a video. This is a video that
15,000 videos on his channel.
So he did make a video we were potentially considering where he talked about Joe's announcement to do the withdrawal, but we decided against that one, at least for now. And there was one that came out before, so this may include some potentially outdated information, but whatever, who gives a fuck. This video is titled, and I haven't seen this video, but from what Kevin told me, it's really bad. U.S. is in Afghanistan for feminism and women's rights. CNN war propaganda.
And if you're wondering, didn't we already watch this video when I debated Daniel Black? No, Kyle also does the memes. See, Kyle decided to take a vacation with Daniel, and they went in the woods and got drunk in the woods with the FBI and the CIA and the Alphabet Boys. So
even a bunch of the liberal internationalists on Twitter made sure to rightfully bring up the beneficial nature to the women in Afghanistan, having the U.S. there, having coalition forces there. So Kyle is just failing and flailing all over the place. He is seriously, you know what? I know exactly what he's going to say. I haven't seen a nanosecond of this video. Here's what he's going to say. He's going to say, well, actually, that's not why we went there. We went there because of the minerals. We went there because of the oil. Completely ignoring, it doesn't, hey, Kyle, it doesn't matter what the intent of going in necessarily was. What matters are results, you fucking goblin. I know what he's going to say. I know this guy.
You just call him
I literally know every word that's going to come out of this guy's mouth.
You just called him a goblin. Now he's going to start a podcast called Goblin Gang Rising.
Except that will be lame.
It'll be lame. It'll be so lame. It'll be like a stupid show with KGB Crystal, where they praise Daddy Vladdy all day. That's him there. No, you know what the Goblin Gang is? It's just him. It's just secular talk, but he just renames it to Goblin Gang Rising.
He's going to bring up opium, guaranteed.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna spoil anything. But on that, it would be like, oh yeah, you call me a goblin? Yeah, but you're a ghoul. It's like, he's a ghouly ghoul.
Well, he clearly doesn't realize that in the Halloween Wars, the ghouls beat the goblins several times.
That's right. It's not even close. Like, the goblins got nuked, and they didn't even know it hit them. So,
ghouls over goblins.
That's right. That's the new rule. Yeah.
So the media is now.
Okay, so I know.
Already.
When I'm watching the video. Here's something I just realized. When I'm watching the Kyle video, I'm just thinking about how stupid all of his arguments are. But when we're watching it on file share in StreamYard and you can pause it, I'm thinking, my first thought is always how stupid his facial reactions are. So he's a living, breathing emoji. Second, that's the first time he's ever had blue in the studio.
Yeah, it feels wrong. I don't like it.
What did NATO give you money, Kyle? What happened?
Don't get me wrong. It looks better than just green. But
that's true. But you know what?
It doesn't fit him.
The color of NATO is not blue. It's actually brown for that bear, the dragon bear, because that's the symbol of Western imperialism.
That's right.
I don't have the bear right now, but it's Reese's profile picture. So
yeah, I don't feel like changing it. Whatever.
Really going all in on propaganda about the war in Afghanistan. This is pretty disgusting. So CNN says concerns are mounting from bipartisan U.S. lawmakers and Afghanistan women's rights activists that the hard-won gains for women and civil society in Afghanistan could be lost if the United States makes a precipitous withdrawal. Yeah, so precipitous. We've been there 20 years.
Okay,
it doesn't matter if you've been there 20 years.
We can't be here all night, by the way. Like, we are going to have to actually wrap up the stream in like 45 minutes probably, so just a heads up. This Kyle video is kind of a long one. It's 11 minutes and 42 seconds. We have to try to have less than 4 seconds of analysis per second of cringe.
Yeah, that's not happening. You're asking the impossible.
Yikes. So on some of the stupid stuff that he says, we're just going to have to roll with it and be like, okay, we've already debunked by that.
So much for our thorough analysis.
I know.
We're really half-assing it on this 10th episode. We're setting our ways.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'll be the same stuff on the 1000th episode, the same stuff on the 2000th episode.
Heard it. Next.
Yeah,
moving on. Apparently to Kyle, this is what's truly disgusting now.
Like, the thing that's funny is, like, people have said, like, oh man, can you imagine a 1000th episode? It's like, why wouldn't there be a 1000th episode? I'm going to do this every day. Like, the only reason why there wouldn't be a 1000th episode in 20 years or like 19 years or whatever is if for some reason you decide not to do the show anymore. That's cool. But I'm going to keep doing my channel. But here's the other thing that's crazy. Kyle's also going to be making videos in 20 years. Like, he's making $13,000 a month at it. Of course he is. He's probably going to be making more by then. Well, it depends. The hawk pill's probably going to drain a little bit of it, but he's always going to have diehard patrons. That's the thing. Like, his patrons are always going to be the last to leave. Like, he'll have 10,000 subs, and he'll still have like those 4,000 patrons. You know, everybody else could leave. They'll still stick with him. Like, I know diehard Kyle fans. They're not people that are on the humanity side. They're on the fascism side. So we're still going to have stupid cringe to dunk on in 10 years from Kyle. You might think that's crazy, but watch Kyle 10 years ago. It was the same shit. So.
Oh yeah, no, he'll be around and he will not have improved. So promise.
Yeah.
That's a promise.
You're saying he's learning from me because I've got blue in my background, so.
Might
Precipitous
want to pay some royalties.
Yeah, he's just he's a superpower clone, man. Blue.
withdrawal from the country. President Joe Biden has suggested it will be difficult to meet the May 1st deadline for U.S. troops to leave the country as dictated in the deal the Trump administration signed with the Taliban. However, there are fears that if the U.S. withdraws troops before the conditions on the ground are right, regardless of the date on the calendar, there will be a sharp and possibly catastrophic backslide.
No shit.
Well, yeah, that's actually not even something that's really debatable. Like, that doesn't actually matter if you're Democrat or Republican. That's kind of like, people agree. That's kind of like, do we, like, the debate is, okay, we know that's going to happen. Do we stay or do we leave? That would happen if we leave. Like, are the anti-war people even denying that would happen? They're just saying, who cares, is kind of the argument I've been getting. They're not taking issue with that. They're not like saying, oh, no, like I haven't had any of these people defending this say, oh no, the Afghan government will be able to fend for itself. Their argument is, why do you care about Afghanistan?
Hey, at least that's more honest. I think Kyle, part of him is liberal to the degree that he doesn't feel comfortable with that. So he's trying to pretend like everything would be okay. But I mean, he's gonna. That's
well. That leads me to think he's more of a grifter than a useful idiot. If he has that.
Yeah, no, and I can't say that for sure, but it is the impression I get. And I mean, watch, he's gonna totally prove me wrong and just expose himself as an utter illiberal for the rest of this video. But I mean, I do get the feeling from a lot of his content that he doesn't highlight these things because if you talk about them too much, the natural conclusion is to intervene in some form, is to actually do something. If you're going to call yourself a feminist, if you're going to say I support women, and then you see women, it doesn't matter what country they're in, they're being brutalized. Are you just going to be like, oh, no, it's not my country, it's somewhere else? We should actively make the situation worse for women in this country.
Hansick points out, he says he'd be okay with the world being communist because he's an individualist.
That's right. True.
He said that on one of the Bloodhouse streams when they were reacting to one of his classic videos. So
I don't know if he still believes that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
He wouldn't say it anymore, but
no, that's right. So it's a false self-censorship basically.
I mean, everybody self-censors to some extent, though. I mean, like, I'm not saying the R word on this show anymore, for example. So, everybody self-censors to some degree.
That's why I'm gonna have to go on the Boogaloo where I can say that.
Yeah.
Today in Afghanistan, women have a very special place. They are stronger than ever, and they have achieved what has never been achieved before. They cannot be ignored. They will not be ignored. Fatima Gailani, an Afghan women's rights activist and one of the 4 women.
Wait, Fatima? Pretty sure that's not pronounced Fatima, but okay.
I thought it was.
Is it Fatima?
Or did he say Fatima?
No, he said Fatima. I thought it was Fatima.
I think it is Fatima.
Oh, is it really Fatima? Okay, cool.
Don't take my word for gospel.
Yeah, okay. So I guess you got it right.
On the Afghan government's negotiating team said at a recent Congressional Women, Peace, and Security Caucus's virtual discussion. So, this is the dirty trick of using...
The dirty trick. Wait a minute, is that a reference to women? Kyle, what are you saying?
And look at him right there.
These Afghan women's, they nothing but dirty tricks. They hungry.
That's right. He did say hungry, so that's never going away either. Like in 10 years, people will still be tweeting about, is he hungry today?
Is that the
identity politics
guy? That might be his most famous tweet, by the way.
Oh, it's easily his most famous tweet.
He never deleted it, too. It's just funny. So you can actually go and see it. Wow.
To try to whitewash neoconservatism and militarism.
You knew he was gonna, you knew he was going to bring up the ghouls. So you knew that. You knew. These guys are like, there we are.
Kyle.
Dick Cheney's just like, son.
Son, that is not a proper rebuttal.
Yeah, he's like, you've done this 15,000 times. That's not the argument. That's not the own you think it is. That's basically what Cheney's saying. Like, he tells them, oh yeah, well that sounds like neoconservatism. They care about women's rights.
And militarisms.
And militarisms, that's true. You know,
that's what it is. It's a dirty trick to
what is this screenshot? No. What? What is that, Kyle? Oh my God, dude.
Got him.
That's Kyle lecturing us. That's his virtue signal emoji. Like, if there's a virtue signal emoji, that's it right there. But
they don't see these neocons and these hawks. They don't really care about women. I care about women. Oh, that's interesting, Kyle. What do you think should be done about Afghanistan? Nothing.
Well, no, I think you should pull out. Dude.
Kyle, when it comes to women, Kyle firmly believes in pulling out.
Why? Okay, why is it with Kyle? Because like we react to all kinds of videos. It's only the Kyle ones where every time we freeze frame, he has a ridiculous expression. Why is there such a over the top emoticon sort of like? What's up with that?
Maybe he's been a Muppet this whole time.
Like nobody else I watch does this sort of thing. Like even
that's why we come back to him. He's very entertaining.
Like this every time. Like if you watch Jimmy Dore and he says something stupid and then you pause it, half the time he still looks kind of normal as you can look if you're Jimmy. But with Kyle, dude, what are you doing? It's so over the top. It's so over the top. It's just it has this air of unseriousness to it, but at the same time, this super pretentious, holier than thou attitude. So it's the most goofy, but also pretentious style I could ever think of.
Not a good combo.
No, not a good combo. Because you can be goofy, and that could be good. You know, lots of comedy and stuff is fun. You'd also be pretentious, and if you can back it up, if you know your shit, that could be cool too.
You could pull a big Rigo ego moment.
That's right. I watched pretentious motherfuckers. I watched a Reece stream recently. But mixing the two, goofy and pretentious. Kyle, I guess you get a Lifetime Achievement Award. That's never been done before. Put you in
it will never be replicated again.
Yeah, put you in the Guinness Book of World Records for that one there. You know, you have a Guinness Book of World Records record, sir. You are both the most goofy and the most pretentious YouTuber around. Congratulations. Enjoy your silver plaque.
Good one, man. Good move.
Unbelievable. Like,
hey Kevin, we got to hear him out. We're being unfair.
Kyle, you have to rewatch your videos at some point. Like I rewatch my videos. You know, I need to get highlight clips and stuff. He would have the money to pay somebody to do that. They must at some point go to him and say, "Hey, Kyle, just getting some clips from your latest stream." Every time I pause it though to get timestamps, you looked like a monkey. What's up with that?
Like, you know what he would say? He would say, "Do I look like a big monkey?"
That's true, because you know Haas, big monkey Haas. You know, not.
No, you look like a small monkey. Sorry.
Oh no!
Foiled again.
That makes me a sad monkey. No, see, dude.
It looks so weird seeing the green after seeing the blue.
No, I know. And then you got red because he's in Kremlin mode here. He's Kremlin cow. Like, no, see, this is what I'm talking about. Pretentious, goofy. Pretentious, goofy. Pretentious, goofy. What combination is that? Why would you mix those two? Why not mix pretentious and smart? Or goofy and charismatic? Why not mix those, right?
Nope,
Like,
you're asking too much.
Goofy isn't bad in and of itself, right? Like the Smosh Bros were goofy and they made a lot of money and views and stuff. And you know, and then you'll have people like Reece who are pretentious, but they're also so it works. It's a winning combo, and people love that. They love that because they know.
Look,
you know,
the people love me. They love my charisma. They love my ego, big ego.
Because Trump did the goofy with the charismatic thing, where he like, you know, like he didn't really give off a pretentious vibe. He was going for the whole man of the people sort of thing and whatnot. Kyle, on the other hand, he likes to call himself a populist, but at the end of the day, he's just a smug coastal champagne socialist who has no idea what a farm looks like. Unironically.
Lecturer. We're in the lecture hall, the Kulinski lecture hall.
They're right. In fairness to Kyle, it does make him money. That's true. That's true. So he managed to turn goofy and pretentious into a money-making combo. So that's
at the sake of his soul.
Sake of his soul. That's right.
Enjoy your blood money.
Hey, Kyle would say like, "No, but Trump made a deal with the devil. Come on, Biden, you gotta uphold that." I did. It's like, okay.
Oh well, yeah, fair enough.
Good for you. It's like he hooked me up. He got me a swaggy studio and everything. $25,000. It's all green. It's like, okay. And all I have to do is shell for the Kremlin. Isn't it great?
And now it's blue.
Oh, and now it's blue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And imperialism.
Oh.
We paused it at the wrong moment.
Why does he even need to add? Why does he need to say neoconservatism and imperialism?
And militarism.
I'm sure if you asked him what's neoconservatism, he would say militaristic imperialism. And if you asked what's militarism, he would say imperialistic neoconservatism. If you asked him what's imperialism, he would say neoconservative militarism. They're all synonyms in his view. They all mean the same thing. Kyle's a simpleton, and again with the freeze frame. Kyle tried to look normal in the freeze frame challenge 2021.
No, you're wrong. He's a simpleton. He's a dummy. And he's an imbecile. He's also a vortex vacuum black hole. Yeah.
He's a monkey ape gorilla.
All three.
All three. Just like all three of your evil twins.
Yes. Militarism, neoconservatism, and imperialism. The Satan head.
Come on, Kyle. Yeah, AOL Kyle up noises. That's correct.
Wow. This is going to be a painful one.
Imperialism, militarism, and systemic. By the way, we're like 10% through. So
he's seriously going to make the case that this is disgusting. It's disgusting to bring up how women will suffer if not even if, when we leave Afghanistan.
No, that's propaganda. There's propaganda. That's neoconservative militarism, imperialism, black hole, vortex.
Not a rebuttal, man. Try again. Don't just do Kyle bingo.
Yeah, Cantic says after making one video on Kyle, I've officially declared him to be the worst ice guy. Now, try looking into bootlicker Ben Norton. Bootlicker Ben is a disgrace. The thing is, the rabbit hole does go deeper than Kyle, honestly. Like, there's Oz, there's Pierre Trudeau, there's all these people out there that, like, they make Kyle look normal. So,
Kyle, we just cover Kyle because he's entertaining. Like, that's, Ben Norton, snooze fest.
He's boring. But, like, the shit he says is even more over the top than Kyle. But, like,
that's true.
Like, You look at Ben Norton's apologetics and then Kyle's apologetics. Kyle's apologetics are goofy one-liners, repeat the same thing over again. Bootlicker Ben's are like basically deny the Holocaust, but in modern times, in different ways.
But none hold a candle to the most charismatic isocock.
Also, Ben Norton's smarter than Kyle, which makes it even worse. So because he knows what he's doing. No way that
you forgot the most charismatic though, Chris Hedges.
Oh God! Ew.
It's been a while since we've been subjected
I
to him.
recommended him recently by somebody who was just talking random person. He's like, "Hey man, you ever looked into Chris Hedges?" Yeah, people in real life. I know.
That'd be like someone coming up to you and saying, "Hey man, have you read Mein Kampf?" Not recently, no.
Like this guy didn't know I was a YouTuber or whatever. Just said I was interested in news and politics. But
I got some shit for you, man. I've got a Russia Today contributor you'll really like.
I know. Yeah, yep. So
that's what this is. So the argument is they're trying to say, no, actually, the left-wing position is to want to stay in the illegal and offensive war that we've been waging for over 20 years.
Illegal?
That's the real left-wing position. That's the real.
That is, if you're a liberal left-winger.
What is it with the freeze frames? Can we have a freeze frame where he just looks like a normal person? Like, look at me. You can freeze frame this show a bunch of times, and you'll say, "Oh, he's got big ears." Yeah, I can't really help that, but you know, it's because the Zyocons they paid me. But like, if I wasn't paid by this guy, I'd have small ears, for example. So you know, these guys right here. But apart from that, looks pretty normal. You know, I've got blue too, but for him,
he brought this back to international law.
He did.
So we're not allowed to respond. We're not allowed to respond to the attack on our country. We're not allowed to exact revenge and justice upon the people who killed our citizens.
Okay, we actually have we have a Nikki Haley fan here tonight. Not a hater, a fan, big fan. Agent Richard Smith is here tonight. That's him with the milk and classes and everything. You know he's a spire because he has the shape.
Spire.
I'm not forgetting that meme. You know he's a spire because he has the shades. It's actually kind of easy. You know how you can detect a spy in your territory? They wear shades. The legitimate, people that pledge allegiance and stuff like loyal.
Dodson, we've got Dodson here.
They don't wear shades, but spires, they always wear shades. Like seriously, think about it. You saw Spire Kids, the old movies and stuff. Like they wear the sunglasses and everything. Last night we were dunking on Rob Carbone. Rob Carbone, like we don't need to go into it very much, but like Reece, have you ever heard of Rob Carbone? Because my live stream
only through your titles. I haven't heard a single thing.
Okay, because the stream I did dunking on him with Wyatt and Carl was honestly the most I've laughed on a stream all year so far. Like it's not even close. People took like 1 minute clips of me almost dying of laughter when like he'll have, for example, on his website, which is totally poorly put together, his political website. It's mostly a multi-level marketing scheme and stuff, but the parts of it that are political, it'll be like Muslim voices for Carbone. It's a stock image from Getty of a Muslim woman in an office with a smile. And the text, and he has like 20 of these, like Veterans for Rob Carbone. That's his organization, like under his coalition. The thing about this is it's only him. Like there is no big team or anything, like millions of people getting together for him. It's just him. He did the website and everything. And so the thing is, even though everything on the website is plagiarized, if you go to try to click to get the video, the image source, it'll always pop up with alert in all caps. Content is protected with 2 exclamation marks. You can't copy and paste anything because it's all plagiarized. He doesn't want you to do what he's going to do. And then on the text of it, it says like, it'll say Jewish voices for Rob Carbone, and there's a picture of like Jews. And the thing is, we had a game of it where for all 20 of these stock images, we're like, we go to Google and try to find where he got the image from. So I'm just like, oh, Jews celebrating, and it's like, oh, there it is. Or like Kansick found this. This is his website. He managed to find the main header image for it, where he took this, darkened it a little bit, zoomed in, and put Carbone on the back computer image to make it look like it was his store or whatever. Which you might be wondering, like, why is there a men's fashion thing for a political campaign? Yeah, that's a running theme with Carbone, is a lot of irrelevant stuff, like his skincare line and his $80 hats. This is one of the hats. He's a big
$80.
$80.
Keep Canada great.
No, but he's a big fan of really awkward color contrast, so he'll put red on red. Or the most egregious one was where he had a really awkward, grainy red and blue mix in the background, and then he put his text red and blue, and you could barely even read it. You almost have to like fish around in the dark until you see a hyperlink, and you're like, oh, there's the text on his site. Anyway, so for Muslim Voices for Rob Carbone, like, we were laughing and going through, like, what was it, Catholic for Rob Carbone? By the way, Catholic was singular, everything else was plural, which is funny. So there's only one Catholic.
Just one Catholic.
Like, for this guy. Anyway, the thing about Rob Carbone, he always wears the shades. He always wears the shades. That's his thing. And so he put out a video. We dunked on the video the other day where he was going over, he was responding to the haters that were accusing him of being unpresidential. And keep in mind, he's running to be president of Canada, the next president of Canada. And he says in the video, it's like, so people are saying that I'm not presidential. You know, I often get asked the question, do I suit up? And he's like, yeah, I always suit up. It's like, dude, we know all your stuff is always like this. And what else was there? Oh yeah, this, which looks like the most snake oil salesman. By the way, he's literally, as of the recent stream, we didn't know. Like, Carl keeps up with this guy, does streams on him all the time. Makes a joke out of him all the time. A long time bane of Rob's existence, because Rob, his official line to the media and the CBC is that he's worth $13 billion, which would make him one of the richest Canadians. In reality, it's possible he's homeless, but he went from this to this. Again, he's running for president of Canada.
I did see that. I did see you say something on Twitter that he privated his account.
So we'll show you a brief. We won't do it because the video's on already, but he had this brief video, 40 seconds, where he was responding to the haters that were accusing him of being unpresidential. And he spends 40 seconds explaining how he always suits up and he's wearing a suit and tie. But when he doesn't suit up, he's at home relaxing with a sweater and a hat with his name on it. And somebody somebody in the chat before, because his website is all stuff like this, he has one that says Carbone said so. That one's $80. And so the natural response to that is, even if you know who he is, you should ask, who the hell is Carbone? Because he's a nobody. But he's running for president of Canada. And in the video, right as we were going through the video, somebody commented in the chat, guaranteed 100% this guy wears his own merch. And then he brags about wearing his own merch as a flag. He claimed he sold. We laughed when Carl told us that he claimed he sold $1 million from the hats from his website.
What?
No. But but it made it so much funnier. Wyatt and I were like dying of laughter because Carl spoke incorrectly. The actual figure that he gave to the media was $100 million in revenue from his political site. His political site looks like this. And this is what his Twitter looks like. There's 4 followers. By the way, when you enter his political site, you're first greeted with billionaires only. Even Trump didn't do that. Trump did the whole, I'm a billionaire, but I'll fight for you. Rob Carbone does the whole, like, this is him flexing. This is him showing a $500 million Hong Kong bond. And with the lion head, and that's him trying to prove, and he had a stack of these to try to prove that he was worth $13 billion. Carl looked into it, actually contacted the mint over in Hong Kong, and they told him it was actually a $20 note, and it was altered. And we think Rob got them off of this listing from eBay where a guy's selling fake 500 million bonds for $600 US. We think Rob spent being suckered into this and then felt embarrassed, so he had to try to flex to compensate for it. But he has like 70,000 likes on Facebook. Like, there are people that want him to be the president of Canada. And now you might be wondering at this point, just before we get back to Kyle, Kevin, come on, you know better. What do you mean, president of Canada? No, unironically, he wants to be president of Canada. We have
I was gonna say
he was asked, because he's the leader of the Republican Party. Like, that's him, the Republican Party of Canada. Keep Canada great. That's the slogan, which I love, because Trump did that for his 2020 campaign because he had 4 years. So presumably, 2016 he's going to make America great, and then it's keep America great. There's some logic there. For Rob, it's keep Canada great. But hold on, Trudeau's been prime minister. What are you talking about? So, okay, whatever. The thing is, they asked him.
Nothing will fundamentally change.
He asked them, they're like, so you're the head of the Republican Party of Canada. So if you were elected to be our next president, basically, or they said prime minister, but what would you do about the Queen as our head of state? Would you no longer recognize the legitimacy of the monarch as Queen Elizabeth II as our sovereign? And what do you think of the monarchy? And he said that he would preserve the institution of the monarchy and the Queen as our head of state.
What?
He's the Republican. when Carl might explain this to me, I lost it, man. People were like, proving it. Like, on that stream, there were moments when, like, I would drink water and basically almost choke. And there's like this one clip, even though my internet was screwing up, where I was like laughing. I was like, because the funniest moment I'm just about to get to. So he's got all these various stock images, and then the text. He has Muslim voices for Carbone. And you know what the text starts off with? Because all the other ones were like Catholic for Trump, or Catholic for Carbone would do this, Catholic or Jews for Carbone will do that, women for Carbone, gays for Carbone, and then you get to Muslim voices for Trump will empower the Muslim community to vote for Carbone. Wait, what does it say? Trump. And I read it the first time I read it was Muslim voices for Carbone, because I've read like 15 of these now. And my mind just reads it. Muslim voices for Carbone will empower Muslims to support Carbone. And then Carl's like, no, it says Trump. I'm like, no, it says Trump. So we found
this
out.
This motherfucker copy and pasted. He
actually 100% in full, the full text of it was copied from Trump's site. And the image was ripped off of, I think it was Getty Images. Now,
of course,
we're wondering if he paid to have the watermark removed or what's up with that. He probably, given all the sketchy stuff he's done with the MLM stuff, he probably, I'm just going to say it right now, I don't think Getty got their $500 licensing fee for this. I don't think they did. I don't know, man. I mean, sure, he's got $13 billion. He's the richest Canadian, apparently. He once wanted to hang out with Trump, and Trump denied it. Like, Trump turned him down. Trump didn't know who it was. Even though he's apparently worth 4 times what Trump is allegedly worth, $13 billion. He has 4 followers on Twitter, but understand something, Reece. You might say, well, I've got like 3,000 followers. Understand something. The combined net worth of all the followers of Rob, because it's billionaires only, are more than all of our followers combined. So think about it. He's running to be president. Understand something. The way that you become president in Canada is we do a vote, and then we tally up what was the net worth of everybody that voted, and the richest votes determine the president. And then that's how he's going to do it. 4 billionaires are going to vote for Rob Carbone, and 30 million peasants are going to vote for other people. And then he's going to become our president. That's how that works, right? That's why his tweets are protected, and he's got 5 tweets now, and because it's not like you would want to be a public figure. It's not like you would want to have other people follow you. You want to be the only Rob Carbone fan. You don't want to have other people be Carbone
fans.
Very
very exclusive club.
By the way, I live in Canada. I've never seen anybody rocking these hats.
You should rock one just to start a conversation.
Daniel was like, we should buy those hats just for the memes. And I'm like, $80 is kind of a lot of money. And also, here's one of the scammy things that Rob Carbone does. So on his new skincare lineup, he has this 15 milliliters of essential oil, very small quantity, for $45.
15 milliliters
for $45. And there were so many memes because it's like Herbalife or something like that or whatever, or it's like Yelena Botanicals, and the description is all like luxury prime active botanicals, the botanicals, all this kind of stuff. And he has a video of a woman explaining Yelena Botanicals, except she makes no mention of Rob Carbone, and we're pretty sure he just embedded that from her webpage, like from her site where she sells stuff. She probably doesn't know who he is. He's probably not doing this legally. He's selling them for $45, but then he sells a body lotion, which is 30 milliliters for $55. And you might think, okay, well, Kevin, that's $45 and $55. That's a lot of money. That's a ton of money. But I wonder if I can get a deal if I buy both of them together, like it's a combo, right? Like it's a combo, like you get a Big Mac, you get fries, you get soft drinks. So like if you buy them all together as a combo, you're not going to pay the same that you would for them each individually, right? Well, he has a combo. There is a combo on his site. You know how much he's charging for the combo where you get one of each? He's charging $100. You might think, oh, I get the combo. Wait, hold on a second. What's 45 plus 55? Come on, Rob.
What a steal. Hey, it says deal. It says a deal here.
Well, technically, it's a combo.
It's a combo. It's technically it's two things together. That's a combo.
And then he has the ingredients list, and it's got like 30 different ingredients in it, and each one of them has an asterisk after it. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then
this may or may not be in my lotion.
Then you scroll down to the bottom, and like I was confused. I thought, like, wait, is there like a footnotes where it turns out they're not actual whatever it is? But it turns out no. The asterisk means certified organic, and so it's like, wait, why not just say they're all certified organic? Why do we need to have an asterisk after literally every ingredient, and then say, oh, I guess we're supposed to be impressed, like, oh, they're all certified organic. It's like that meme. It's like that meme where it's like the guy looks at the world and he's like, wait, it's all Ohio. And the astronaut's like, always has been. It's like, wait, they're all organic. And then Rob's there with his gun and his shade, just like, always has been.
Always has been, bro.
And then we're looking at this and we're like, wait, so everything about it. The thing is, when he copied and pasted the description of the items, talking about how they were luxury active botanicals from her website, it didn't format properly. So it'd be like a long sentence. And then the next line would be like 2 words. And then the next line would be like 8 words. And then the next line would be 1 word. And then the next line would be 14 words. Or like, wait, what's going on here? Why is this 8 lines? That should be 5 or 6 lines. What did you do, Rob? We think he copied and pasted, but it didn't format right, but he was too lazy to press backspace. Even though the lines, or he left justified everything in a stupid way. Like it doesn't flow properly. Like he'll have a sentence where like it's an 8-word sentence. 7 of the words of the sentence are on the first line, and then the last word of the sentence is on the bottom line, and that's the only line. And then it continues, or he'll have like 2 words from the next sentence, and then 5 words concluding the sentence in the next line. There's no rhyme or reason to it. That's one of the things with him. He'll go on and on about how he's presidential, he suits up, and how he's got these hats, and you can buy those hats. Now, you might be thinking, well, $80 is a little ridiculous, right? That's true. Half of the hats that he sells are actually only $40. So what are the $80 ones? The $80 ones are his signature line, where he has a really indecipherable, super long signature that's put on the top of the visor of the cap that faces the sun that nobody can even see. Those are $80, and those are going to go up in value because it's Rob Carbone. I mean, after he becomes president of Canada, those are going to be worth big money, right? So that's our little aside here tonight for Ghoul Gang Rising. I know some people were like, wait, how did this turn into a Rob Carbone? Because like I texted him last night. He has his personal phone number on his political page.
Amateur move.
He actually answers calls too. Like I think Carl's done videos where like they'll call him and talk with Rob, and he wants people to call him, and he was complaining about getting threats and stuff and everything, but he has his phone number out there. Yeah, one of his policy proposals, you might say, like, well, what's he about? Like, is he right or left? Well, a year ago he was left, and now he's like super right. Except not really. He wants mandatory universal health insurance for pets, and he wants mandatory. I know, like nothing. It's all going to be random pet project stuff. Literally in this case, nothing's going to be like if you ask what's his big issue, like what's he running on? Of course it's not going to be healthcare or the economy or jobs. Of course it's going to be something stupid and obscure. His other big proposal is have permanent security 24/7 at every ATM in Canada. Think about that. It's just like that might sound like, oh, what's the big deal? Understand the logistics of, well, sometimes they're going to have a lunch break. You're going to have 3 8-hour shifts 24/7 at every ATM in the country. We have a lot of ATMs. Even in the city I live in, we probably have 1,000 of them. So what, are we supposed to have 1% of the country guarding ATMs 24/7, even in the woods?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So and if you go to his website, he has Rob Carbone's signature Republican Party cannabis, and you go to that and you check out his cannabis line. It's just an old 1700s looking script with a fine pen, like a feather pen, with like pretentious speech about how Rob Carbone's going to change Canada and everything, and how awesome his cannabis is. But you can't buy it. There's no cannabis available yet. A lot of his site looks unpolished. He'll have like on his site, for example, under drinkware, you go to drinkware and it looks all fine and it's got this like this aesthetic of whiskey and it's got like mahogany shelves and a desk, and it's got like a fine liquor and everything. And then you scroll down to see his glassware, and it's just bright white with different office mugs with Rob Carbone said so. And Rob Carbone 2024, whatever the hell it is, Rob Carbone 2023. You're like, wait, it looked all exquisite and everything, and now it looks like Office Depot. What? It's so
He's a man of the people.
Random. You look at his stuff. Visit my political page. We visited his political page. This is what you're greeted to. That's the first page. Is that? Except he wrote Carbone on that to like make it look like, yeah, I'm a billionaire, man. Look at my couches. Those are billionaire couches. Which, like, by the way, I'll tell you this. If I was a billionaire, I wouldn't have couches like that. I'm just going to say that. So whatever, Rob. So that's how we got on. So anyway, you might be saying, well, how we get on this? Well, I was talking about the spires. Talking about the spires. And
pretty safe to say that all the haters got carboned right there.
Yeah, because we had, well, no, I know what it was. Richard Smith showed up, Agent Richard Smith, with the spire glasses. That's how we got on Carbone. Right, back to this. Militarism.
Somehow we got to Rob Carbone.
No. Like, think about it. If it was just the milk with no spire glasses, like if he didn't look like a spire on duty doing espionage, we wouldn't have talked about Rob Carbone tonight. So thanks for Agent Richard Smith.
Agent Richard Smith. I know who Rob Carbone is because of you, and you're banned. You can't be a fan anymore.
That's another way to weed spires out of your territory. Is they all are addressed by agent. Like if you got people calling themselves, "Oh, I'm Agent Bond," you know that guy's probably a spire.
I'm Agent Carbone.
Yeah. It's like so militarism, imperialism sounds like the formula for the Powerpuff Girls. So yeah,
I thought, wait, no, it doesn't. They were, sugar, spice, and everything nice.
That's right. Yeet says, no way his political page was a Getty image. No, everything on his page is stolen from Getty Images, and all the text is plagiarized by other sources. Nothing's original, except when you double click on anything to try to like copy it or whatever, it just says alert, content is protected. That's the only original thing. It's so funny. I can't like, and by the way, for those of you who are wondering, I know it was popular. People love the Rob Carbone stream. We're doing round 3 soon too, so that's going to happen again. Anyway, yeah,
I have learned things.
Yes, and you might say, well, like, okay, he's got 4 followers. Yes, except his political party page on Facebook has 36,000. So, I know, unbelievable. A lot of the comments are like, yeah, we need a real man like Carbone to be prime minister. Like the shirtless stuff, for example. I mean, like the last one that we'll close out with, Reece will probably get a kick out of this. I mean, I died laughing when Carl told me about the hot tub photo. This is not, what we're about to be treated to right here is not from his personal page. It's from the Republican Party of Canada's website, or Facebook page, rather. This was one of their recent posts.
Oh,
this is the last Rob Carbone thing. Promise.
Oh, no.
Oh my God, that's his political party site. Trudeau. So the caption is Trudeau outclassed Patrick Brazeau, the Conservative Centre, in a boxing match. Trudeau, it's my turn. Winner takes leadership, loser takes the vaccine. Ooh. He's also one of those people too. So we don't need to get into that. But
he's not even that in shape.
No, that's why it's funny. He just has a dad bod.
Big shouldered though.
Big monkey. It's like how Haas brags about working out, and then when you stand up, you're like, dude, you look like you're 22% body fat. What the hell?
He's in the hot tub. You see like the double chin drooping. He's got this haggard look on his face.
No, it's like I'm super muscular. It's like, okay, yeah, you might be, but you also
lead country into glory days.
You also have 22% body fat, so it's like, okay, yeah, he does have muscles, but like it's 22% body fat. Come on, okay, whatever.
I work out.
He's running for president of Canada, so, and he's a monarchist.
Yeah, good luck. Feminist. Good luck winning an election that doesn't exist.
Yeah. He was worried, like he's under investigation by Elections Canada right now for, I believe, fraud at the moment. So
surprise.
He's like, do I suit up? Of course I suit up. Okay. I hope your lawyer suits up, whatever.
No, you should go to the debates like in a hot tub, actually. That would be memorable.
Or wearing Carbone said so hats. Like so
you've been carboned.
He did that. He actually had that's the last one we'll do. That's the last thing we'll take a look at. They were telling me, yeah, he did it. He actually did it. It's car on a bone. It's a dad.
Wow.
Just
wow.
When you get even more boomer, he did it. I know. Anyway,
okay, best comment of the night. New addition to the shop, sexual enhancement line, signature Carboner pills.
Well, we were talking about how he was going to launch a like Carbone branded Republican Party of Canada porn, but he hasn't done that yet. But he has fallen into a
He looks like a porn star.
Like that's why it's funny. Like Carbone said so. Okay, whatever.
Carboner pills need to be a thing. People should text him and act like his fans and say, hey, man, Rob, this is a great idea. I think the people would really like this.
I'm going to text him that. Oh, he read it. Oh my God, he read my text. He has iMessenger or iPhone. He saw my text yesterday at 1:27 a.m. on live Superpower broadcasting with Wyatt and Carl. We were talking about his public number and like stuff that we talked to. They talked about him before, and we were saying like, if we could say anything, what you guys in the chat want to tell Rob Carbone, and we came up with a message for him. I texted him on live Superpower broadcasting. I said to him, I wrote out the text here. Yo, Big C, I'm the host of Superpower broadcasting. Anytime you want to come on my show, tell the people why you should be the next president of Canada, feel free. Keep Canada great. He read that yesterday. That's his personal number.
That's my call to arms. Everybody should text Rob Carbone about why a sexual enhancement line would do him wonders.
Yeah, you might be wondering, well, how do I text him? Well, it turns out his number is totally public. He wants you to text him. He's
go to his website. It's probably on the contact or about section.
It's Republican Party of Canada. Republican Party of Canada. And you go to that, and what do you see? Right there, right under about, right at the top, 416-230-6929. And
doxed.
If he's read it. Well, except he doxed himself. That's literally his contact info.
No, you are a literal doxer.
By the way, 35,000 people follow this. Wow.
They can't all be serious.
No, but you look through the comments and it's like 50-year-olds that are like sick of Trudeau and they're like, President R. Carbone, appreciate you standing up for us. Amazing. You will do what's right as Canadian president for the people. But then you're like, this has to be a troll. But then you look at this person, Compton Sarah. She looks like just a regular person. Just
no. They're serious.
They're totally serious. Like these people are like just Canadian boomers. Like I'm a boomer, but like there's boomer as possible. On that one with the Carbone, with the literal bone, the first comment on it is, got my vote, but just like the USA, they will fix the election to ensure their communist ideas. And that one has 30. But I can tell you that's not a troll, and those likes aren't from trolls. That they actual fans of Rob Carbone. Now, you might be saying, well, 35,000 is impressive. I've only got 2,600 followers or whatever on my meme page, for example. So he's got a lot more than I do. He also spent $42,000 on advertising. He also bragged about that to get 35,000 followers. So, which by the way is a terrible average. Like that's actually freaking awful. Like $1 per follower is actually a really terrible conversion, but it's Rob. So, I mean, I guess we should.
I mean, he has billions to spare.
That's right. He's got $13 billion. He's the richest Canadian nobody's ever heard of. I know. We can get back to Kyle, but
that's how trite Kyle's video was.
I mean, it's just, but the thing is, like, those guys were telling me, like, oh man, but the rabbit hole goes deeper. So I'm looking forward to round 3. I can't wait to see what other cringe this guy has, because, like, for example, on his coalitions page, he has this weird warp tunnel where it looks like it's about to give you a seizure. And you're like, what is this? And it's like 30 flags. Kanzik actually looked at it, and it looks like hundreds of flags all in this tunnel that's zooming into permanently as a GIF, basically. And at the top of it, and you're like, my eyes. But then you zoom in on it. It turns out it's actually the same 30 flags, just like copied and pasted throughout. And some of those flags include the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he also bungled the flag of Australia, where it only has 1 star. But hold on a second. So, like, yeah, Australia's Commonwealth, and you're a Republican president that also supports the monarchy. So Australia, yeah, they're in there. Wait, why does he run your coalition? Where's the United Kingdom? Iran's in there. Okay. So we think he just took random countries. And
they're a country. They have a flag.
They have a state. Like, the Taliban takes over. They're going to have a state.
They'll have a new flag.
I know. Yeah. No. Yeet asked the Australian flag with 1 star. Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes. I know that Dark Lord is on Twitter. Actually highlighted it, and I'm just gonna go.
Cans cook.
Yep, that's cans cook. You and your cans cook. I'm just gonna go and say flag, and I'll be able to.
Cans Cuck Coalition versus the Carbone Coalition.
Oh my God, I was wrong. It's actually even funnier, honestly. The Australian flag has 2 stars. That'd be like if you did America's flag with 2 stars, and even with 1, you could be like, okay, it's made to look like America. Wait, 2, why not just do the 50? Wait, okay, well, I'm about to show you right now are Carbone's allies. This is like his allies page. I know we're already in various territory. This is, I mean, it's foreign policy, so it's still relevant tonight. I mean, he has horrible foreign policy takes, but this is the alliances. So yes, to yeet, that is.
Why are they? What's with those 3D boxes? What's with those Anglo boxes?
No, but in the actual image on his site, like I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go Rob Carbone. I can't do justice to how stupid and cringy what I'm about to show you.
I just love how fat the flags are sticking out.
It's funny. Like the flag of Ecuador there looks particularly mischievous. Like it's got eyes looking down, just like and yeah, so you got America in there. Look, he got the flag. He got the stars of America. He got the stars of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He even got how one of them. Well, he's got 3/4 of one. It's supposed to be a half star. Whatever. He screwed it up. But why are there 2 stars for Australia? The Australian one would be easy to have a few different stars. The American one is hard to show contrast on this size. But Australia's stars are big. Dude, what are you talking about? Like, okay, you got the star on Chile. But you'll notice that. What's that next to Nigeria? Oh, that's the Islamic Republic of Iran. Oh, that's interesting. That's one of his coalitions. Okay, that raises my eyebrow. I wonder what.
Look at the shape that the flags are contained within. I guess that's the tunnel.
No, I'm about to show you what it actually looks like.
But that cutoff. Look at that. What the fuck is that?
I'm going to give you a warning, and I'm going to give everybody in the audience a warning right now. If you have epilepsy, don't.
Oh, we're about to see the Willy Wonka tunnel. Here we go.
We're about to see his alliances repeated over and over again to look more impressive, right? Carbone.com. We're about to go to his political page. By the way, you might be wondering, he has 2 sites. He's got his store and then he's got his political page. They both are robcarbone.com. So like the only way, like if you type in robcarbone.com, you're not getting his main campaign one. You actually, why did he make them? Whatever. It's so dumb. Was this edited in MS Paint?
It looks like it. We need to see this.
What's going on with South Korea? Like it's like moving at relativistic speed where time and space warp on the right-hand side of the flag, but the left-hand side of the flag are traveling slightly slower, so it's condensed and it's illusion. By the way, look at how small the stars on Honduras are. Like Honduras has big stars, and he made them small monkey stars. By the way, why? Oh, I just noticed he didn't have the UK, but he has the flag of England.
That's what people were saying.
So damn the Scots, man. Who cares about this?
He's a true monarchist.
He's got the flag of Ghana there, and so he's got Portugal, he's got Spain, he's got the Netherlands. But what we're about to take a look at right now is truly incredible. It's going to make your eyes cringe. Prepare to almost die of laughter like I did when I saw this the first time. If you're drinking water right now, finish your sip. Like seriously, I'm not even kidding right now. I'm unironically not kidding. Here we go. So we're on a site. I'll just remove the image overlay. So we're on a site.
Okay.
Page. By the way, I'll just say very quickly, if we go to go get involved, this is also funny. Reece will get a kick out of this.
Oh, I want to get involved. I want to be part of the Carbone army.
This one isn't going to take very long. So it's get involved. Republican Party, Canada. He never says of Canada. It's always just Canada. He has SMS, email, volunteer, careers. You might think, what happens if I click on email? Email, stay informed. Volunteer. Different things for volunteer, career, different stuff there. You can apply to work for it. Before, when we took a look at that, clicking on any of those would just bounce you up to the top of the page. So I guess he's done some work. So he's got follow us. He's got Rob Carbone with the Facebook, Twitter, and everything. VP Carbone, Facebook, Twitter. By the way, you'll notice he's got Instagram, but it's members only. Members only. By the way, we were thinking, like, is he becoming Hawkfeld? He's got Rob War Carbone, members only. Now, if I click on one of these, if I go to Twitter, yes, he didn't fix it yet. I just tried. No, you'll notice, Reece. I went to try to go to VP Carbone to see his Twitter page. Hey, why am I back at the top of this website? Let's try to Let's try to see the Facebook page for Rob War Carbone.
That's hardly a hyperlink, sir.
Let's see what they're all about. Oh, that's interesting.
Wow, Facebook really, took some direction changes. I don't know, man.
Wonder what happens if we tried Team Carbone. Instagram. Oh, I'm back here. Look,
Instagram looks.
That is the most, by the way, that alert is the most petulant and petty thing, because understand something. What you're looking at on the screen right now, apart from his stupid party logo, is ripped off of Getty Images. It's just a stock image of an office. That's not actually his photo.
Of course not.
No. Alert content is protected because he doesn't want you to do to his stuff what he did to Getty Images stuff. By the way, somebody should really get in contact with Getty and be like, we've got the stream. We proved that everything here is just ripped off stock images of your stuff. Follow us on Facebook.
Thought you guys might be interested in what's the appropriation of your imagery.
Instagram. Oh, I'm back at the top. So it turns out
it's a short trip. Any of these links,
all these various teams, different social media, they all lead. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to that one stock image that was ripped off without royalties from Getty Images. And then you'll notice here it says "Join our movement." You can enter in your postal code and everything and whatnot. When we went through this before, like under email, you can enter in your email address and your postal code. And then you scroll down and you can enter in your email address and your postal code. Oh, that's interesting. Like right there, basically in the same frame, I can do it twice. Interesting. Volunteer. Enter in my contact information. I can do all that, and then I can also join your movement. It's like I can enter in my email here and join your movement, but then I can also join your movement right down here. Okay, whatever.
Lots of options.
We'll take a look at the about too because it's funny. It's super.
Oh God, we're gonna be here all night on Rob Carbone.
Save Faith, and that's him right there, and he's got buildings and stuff in the
Hey,
background.
look, he suits up.
And by the way, he didn't take that photo. So we will make Canada strong again. We will make Canada proud again, and we will make Canada great again. Rob Carbone.
He quoted himself.
No. But look, my favorite part is the part at the bottom. If you want to call me directly, call 416-230-6929. I mean,
69.
He says a father and an accomplished entrepreneur and innovative global business leader with success as one of the top traders in global investment and private financing. Carbone solely launched and founded London.
Carbone.
We went through Londonberg Inc. That site is a shit show. Like for an organization that supposedly generates $100 million a year in revenue, their website looks like something out of 1995. With like you're looking at it right now.
That's how you make the big bucks, though.
Alert content is protected.
That's how you make the big bucks. The minimal spending on the website.
Yes.
That's what really gets you by.
It's kind of incredible. When we went to his site initially, earlier on, he opened with talking about how he wasn't guilty of fraud, which was hilarious. But we're going to take a look at something right now. Coalitions. What is? Oh, it's not.
Wait.
No, it's moving. What is that?
Now I'm seeing him. Wait a minute.
No. Gigantic went through this. It's just 30 repeated over and over again. You can also see how it's Giphy because it's not continuous. But it's the same
right.
Like, you'll see, it's so cheap. You're like, no, but what is that? But
you know what? I guarantee you, it was like a free. It was like a free video template that he just put the images in.
I don't think it was free either. I think it was probably something you had to pay for, but he just ripped off. Like, because that's what he did with Getty. But my favorite part is when you scroll down to read Women for Carbone, you can still see the stupid shit at the top giving you epilepsy. It's faded. It says Women for Carbone. Empower women to vote for Rob Carbone. What kind of statement is that? And you click on it to copy. Oh, content is protected. By the way, 2 exclamation marks. And by the way, we looked it up. Parents for Carbone. By the way, like Arthur and Kansas, they found that exact image on Getty Images. Just looked up black parents smiling with black children. That was also, this is disgusting. Veterans for Carbone. Those are Canadian veterans at an event, not for Carbone. He just that image and then said veteran. He's making it look like those veterans support Carbone. It says veterans for Carbone. Rob Carbone will give our great veterans the care. Like, he's acting as if it's an organization. This whole thing is a one-man show. That's why
it's his charity, right?
Cops for Carbone. You look at those cops there. That's just a picture of cops in Toronto, and it's saying like,
I've never seen a political.
It's a coalition of the men and women who understand the future of our country. Cops love Carbone. That's what he posted. Except there is no Cops for Carbone is just Carbone. There's no team. There's no team.
I've never seen a political logo that said cops instead of police officers.
Yes, cops
for Carbone. He might as well have said pigs for Carbone.
No, I know, but he wrote this with cops love Carbone, and like Carbone said so. Medical profession. By the way, you're wondering about like workers for Carbone. You just look up diverse workplace, you'll find that stock image. By the way, it's not hard. These aren't even hidden. They're usually like the first or third result that comes up when you type in generic search terms under Google Images. Like, he didn't even try to conceal it. You look up medical, like, that is a stock image. Understand that. He didn't do a photo op at a hospital. That's just a stock image on Getty that he took and almost certainly didn't pay their royalties for. Jewish voices for Carbone. Literally just type in Jews with menorah and you'll find that. It's a stock image. Catholics for Carbone. Carbone for Catholic. Okay. I should go over else. No, it's a rabbit hole, man. Gun owners for Carbone. And then this is the part where I almost choked to death. Muslim voices for Carbone.
Oh my God, didn't you?
And I'm about to highlight it, but alert, content is protected with 2 explanations. This was plagiarized 100% verbatim in full, no additions, nothing, except he replaced his name once, not twice. Oopsies. Muslim voices for Carbone. Well, that's how I read it. And then Carl's like, it says Trump. Or why it's like, it says Trump. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, no, it says Trump. And I almost died, man. And understand, that image there, that's not a Muslim woman endorsing Carbone. That's just Muslim woman. I think I typed in, what was the search term? Muslim woman in workplace wearing hijab at office. And that's one of the first stock images that comes up from iStock or whatever. And then like Pride for Carbone, Pride Carbone. In Indigenous voices for Carbone, he hasn't gotten around to that one yet. So.
What the fuck?
Oh, God.
That's the funniest one. He didn't even bother.
Okay, Reece, this might be the stupidest part. Help fulfill our promise. Keep Canada great. Join our movement. So you can enter in your email address and postal code. And then join our movement. You can enter in our... Oh, my God. But if I go to the Twitter...
Paid by Rob Carbone. Not paid for by Rob Carbone. Paid by Rob Carbone.
That Twitter link worked. It took me to his Twitter. He's no longer protected anymore. He has 62 tweets. Oh my God, he's tweeting about gun owners for Carbone. Wait, but that's a image of guns. He says gun owners for Carbone will unite gun rights advocate. It's just a copy and paste of what was back there. Hold on a second.
It's a banger on the website. It must be a banger on Twitter.
Image, and like there's this mugs of him where it's like you can buy a mug of him where it's him and Trump kicking Trudeau at a podium, and by the way, in the image where it's supposed to make him and Trump look cool, they look like Dr. Seuss figures, like super fat and caricatured. It's like amazing, and they're $30 too, which is overpriced, but whatever. Wine glasses are like $40 or something. And by the way, that's not a set of 4. That's 1. If you type in quantity 4, you're getting 4 for $160. And I tried. And when you go to checkout, the checkout's also funny. Actually, just before we go off back to Kyle, if I go to his shop here,
Oh, that's right. His
This
merch.
takes this is so that's what
it is the same.
except he added Carbone in the background. By the way, that's from Getty Images. He just zoomed in.
Oh, that's a terrible photo.
This website is so cringy. So that's a dude who has no idea who Carbone is, wearing a hoodie, Republican Party Canada apparel. By the way, that guy has no idea what's going on. Signature line, it looks all fancy. By the way, Reece, this has to be the most, like, we were talking about how we weren't
Drinkware.
No, Reece, I want to show you something.
Wait
So
a
this-
minute. RPC cannabis coming soon.
No, I know. I know it's so.
Coming soon.
So he's trying to brand himself after Trump, and he's got a cannabis line. You know, he's a
Get some of that bona fide
he's
Carbone
he's
cannabis.
a true conservative, not like Aaron O'Toole. He wants to sell you cannabis, man. Aaron O'Toole doesn't smoke cannabis. Rock
Hey,
Carbone-
Carbone's cool. Like he smokes while he's in the jacuzzi.
That's right. So we got drinkware. I just want to cruise over to drinkware really quickly because what you're about to see is the opposite of a Kyle video. In a Kyle video, you enter with no expectations and you're not disappointed. With this, you enter with like, oh man, this is going to be fancy and snazzy. I've got high expectations. This looks like a fancy, fleek gentleman's club where everybody's swaggy and wealthy. And look at that ambiance. Look at how
Look at that feng shui.
Let me scroll down.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's like expectations, reality. What are we doing, Rob? But look at how stupid this mug is. Limited quantity, a special edition mug, and it's him. But Trump looks like a Dr. Seuss villain. What? Why? Why did you make Trump look that fat? Okay, whatever. Also, why is Trump in front? And notice, Carbone's still wearing his Spire glasses. There, his shade.
They should have learned from Garrison, man.
But look, you can buy a wine glass that says Carbone on it. You can also buy, for the same price, by the way, clear Carbone or RPC glasses. He's charging the same amount of money for no text on them. That's a ripoff. That one's branded Carbone. That's going to go up in value. But I want to just show you. I want to show you guys. I'm not making it up when I say it's $30 at last. Carbone, make Canada great again. That's a glass that you can buy of wine. I'm gonna try buying 4. I'm gonna add to the cart. We're gonna go to view cart, and I'm about to show you something that is so flabbergastingly stupid when I go to view cart.
I'm scared.
So I'm spending $100. And by the way, we tried this with $1,000 too. Oh, that's right. It has $1,000 from last night. It still remembers when we tested out buying 10 of the combo packs. I tested it, entered in a stupid high amount if he would finally take away shipping. No, he still charges me for shipping. Even Amazon on $6 won't charge me for shipping. I'm in theory here. I'm about to give you $1,119.96. And you're charging me a flat rate of $11.99 shipping to Ontario. By the way, these are made in Ontario. What? Why? Wait, okay, zero tax. Wait, hold on a second though. Why is it a flat rate? You make me wondering. Like, okay, well, let's try it with just $1. If I buy $1, I'm getting charged $12 of tax. If I buy $10 million of this stuff, I'm getting charged $12 in shipping, I should say. Why wouldn't you take away shipping from big orders? Okay, so I want to show you what I was talking about with the skincare. Because he added this yesterday. Yelena Botanicals. Look at this.
I'm Helen Kessler, and I'm the founder of Yelena Botanicals. Yelena Botanicals is a luxury plant.
Look at that horrible embedding.
Containing active
Look how small it is.
ingredient, which is
Dude, this is totally from somebody.
No, this has nothing to do. By the way, she has no idea what the Republican Party of Canada is. It has no idea what Carbone. You're wondering, like, but yeah, I see the flowers and it's a nice ambiance and a classic essential oils MLM scheme. But where's the endorsement of Carbone? No.
Yeah, at least put a Carbone logo in the corner.
vegan friendly, cruelty free, GMO, and gluten free. With Yelena Botanicals, we help you shine your light from inside out.
This is the Republican Party of Canada. No, but look at these stupid prices. By the way, if I buy Rose Love Rejuvenating Face Oil, 15 mils, $45. But if I buy it in 30 mils, oh, it's $90. Oh. Wait. That's the same rate. Okay, but Rose Love, $55. What happens if I buy the oh, that's right. It's $100 for the combo. So understand something here. There's no reason why there should be a combo here. There's no advantage to buying the combo. The combo is entirely superfluous. Why? Because I buy the Rejuvenating Face Oil and the Rose Glow Oil, I'm spending $100. But if I buy them as the combo, I'm also spending $100. Rob,
I like how the 15 mil and the 30 mil look exactly the same. They're the same image.
No, but Reece, I want to show you the crappy, sloppy formatting job he did with the description. And like I'll say, in before he edited it, no, he didn't edit it. It's still up. Look at how stupid the formatting is on this. Look at how left justified this is. Why? So if I read this in like the hen flow, a nutrient-dense facial serum that blends 14 active luxury botanicals formulated to nourish, refortify, and rejuvenate the skin. Designed to help restore the skin from inside out. Well,
oh man, God,
cultivating the luminosity of the skin, leaving the skin glowing, uplifted, and overall youthful.
Oh,
looking. Okay. No, this is what I'm talking about, Reece. So I've seen this before, and it's already funny to me. Imagine the first time how I almost died of laughter. So
I'll have to check out those clips.
So, Reece, I'm about to show you something that's so unbelievably redundant. Redundant. Okay, Reece. The redundant Bureau of Redundancy bureaucracy has a claim to take up with Rob because he's stealing their vibe. So description. Oh, that's right. I can't scroll down with my mouse wheel because alert content is for. Wait, hold on. If I click twice, wait, he changed the format. It's the same writing, but it's bigger now. Alert. Content is protected with. Okay, by the way, if it just said content is protected, whatever. If it had an exclamation mark, that'd be funny. With 2 exclamation marks and a space between the word.
Alert! Amber alert!
I'm getting incredibly paranoid vibes from this. But which, by the way, he doesn't own the rights to any of this. That was that was copied and pasted from Yelena Botanical's website. He didn't like why? Like I guarantee the next thing he's gonna have on here is also gonna be super random and not related to his political campaign, like Carbone signature line tire polish. You know,
we already gave him his next best idea, Carboner.
That's right. That's true. So
Carboner pills.
We're gonna scroll down slowly. Description in bigger. But it gets better, Reece. This is meta redundant because that was redundant. That is that's plebeian level redundant. Rob Carbone is a billionaire, and billionaires they do things bigger.
They can afford way more redundancy.
So, and I repeated it because we need to be redundant here because it's billionaires only tonight.
Yeah, it's billionaires only.
It's billionaires only and only for billionaires. So it's no, it's like okay, he's a joke, but he's also serious. That's why it's fun. Ingredients, : ingredients. Like, okay, but this is implying that
no way, man.
no, but I didn't make this up. Like Carl didn't make this up. Why did they make this up to troll us? They found this. This is the funniest shit I've seen all year. Was Rob Carbone stuff. I mean, look, the Biden stuff was super depressing earlier. The Rob Carbone stuff is, but look, every ingredient has an asterisk after it, and then you scroll down, certified organic. Oh, it's all certified organic. Oh, I guess I should buy it. Look at that. It's not like 80% are certified. Everything. Look at that, Reece. They're all certified organic. But which, by the way, who's doing the certifying?
The same person leaving the asterisks.
Yelena Botanicals. Because if you go to their site, and they don't really have a website, but they have like a Facebook page and stuff, they talk about how they have a chemist who formulates this stuff to be active in luxury botanicals. So, whatever. So, but we'll take a look at the cannabis before we go back to Kyle.
Yeah, that's the upcoming product. Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, anything though. It's just, as Canadians, one of the freedoms we have privileged access to is the highest quality cannabis derived medicinal products in the world.
That was clearly a template, like ancient scroll template, and then you could just put in your text.
Yeah, it says Carbone cannabis. Yeah.
What the fuck?
I know, dude. But like, you scroll down the flag and buttons, and look at what he calls his Canada flag. His Canada flag is basically the flag of the United States in Canada. And you might think, well, he must love America and spend a lot of time in America and everything. No, he's not allowed. He's actually, if he enters America, he goes to jail on his gun offenses that it charges in America. So he's not like, he's wanted, basically. Like he's got, like, he can't go.
Wanted.
He's like Sub Gorka. He's got pending gun charges. Like Sub Gorka apparently has gun offenses in Hungary. So, but anyway, that's a little tour through the Rob Carbone store. Like, look at how fancy it is, and then you get that. And you're like, look. So I'll show you the hats. By the way, signature line. That is, you'll notice the signature is facing upwards, so nobody would even see that you paid an extra $40 for it. That's $80. Would you? Would you buy it?
Look at that. That's $80.
Like, but he looks like a Dr. Seuss villain. Okay.
I don't think anyone would even know who Rob Carbone is from that hat.
Nobody knows who Carbone. If I walk around with Carbone said so on my hat, people are gonna be like, "What's Carbone?" He's running to be our president.
What did he say? He's running to be our president.
Well, Carbone said so. He's empowering you to vote for Rob Carbone. That's what. Getty stock images for Rob Carbone will empower plagiarized text from the Trump site to vote for Rob Carbone.
Rob Carbone said so. Empowers Rob Carbone fans to vote for Rob Carbone.
Reece or Roos or Meese.
Roos.
Like, okay, the question isn't, would you pay $130 for this hoodie? Because obviously, of course, it's limited edition signature line.
Yeah, I mean, get them while they're hot, right?
Would you go with red, black, blue, or white? Which, by the way, black and blue look very similar. Come on.
Whatever. I guarantee you it's made out of the cheapest material imaginable.
Cheapest material. And like that signature, like if we zoom in on that doesn't even really say Rob Carbone.
Oh,
wait,
man.
This is new. That text at the bottom that's indecipherable, it says Carbone, Trump Carbone kick, Navy. Oh, that's
that's the name of the shirt. Trump Carbone kick.
They can't. They're too lazy to write Trudeau. Yeah, that's right. It just says like Carbone Special Edition men's signature line. But the title, in order to get the title for the name of the hoodie, oh, you have to scroll over the hoodie. That's how you get it. Trump Carbone. It's all in caps too. Kick Navy men's sig. Wow. And by the way, if I buy 10 of these, he's charging me shipping still. He's
what a nice
greedy billionaire. And by the way, in case anybody's wondering, is he actually a billionaire? No. They looked into his business address that he specified. The manager of the building testified that nobody by the name of Rob Carbone has ever rented that property before. Like he's so full of it. Everything that you try to verify is a scam. It's all MLM shit. It's all like, I mean, he is running, and he was complaining how Elections Canada might punish him by certifying his party. He meant decertifying or whatever, but like he's a brainlet. He's running for president of Canada. So that's our little detour to crazy land. We can finish with Kyle.
I will say
That's the real position of
that Kevin was the biggest scam artist I've ever seen in my life. Like, you can't get much worse than that.
When you enter his more premium one, it introduces with
members only,
and then it's a really defensive thing about like how he'll basically he'll get his opponents that he'll win the lawsuit and all this kind of stuff that's underway right now. Like, what's his stupid site? Like, what was it again? If I go to, that's what it was. If I go to his site, he had that stupid name. Like, it's supposed to sound like Berkshire Hathaway or something and sound super like wealthy and everything and whatnot. But if you actually go to it, the intro to the page is just like this paranoid rambling about how he's not guilty and how like there's this hack job against him from the media and how they're out to get Carbone. And it's just an insane introduction. And London Burke Inc. So if I go to copy and paste it, but again, content is protected, which is such a good meme. London Burke Inc. I go to London Burke Inc. And oh my God, it's so good, Reece. It's so good. Okay, we're actually going to take a little stroll.
Oh, Jesus. No.
But it's so good. It's so funny. It's gold.
Ghoul Gang Rising is no longer a foreign policy podcast.
$100 million company a year. This is how you get greeted.
Let's see my red carpet. Wait a minute.
So Arthur had a field day with this. Notice how it says home and contact us. It's white text on a grayish white silver black. That's in the it looks like gnome. It looks like a Russian backwards N almost instead of an H.
It is hard to make out.
Hard to make out. Integrity, trust, honor.
Nope.
And you scroll down and it's crazy portrait comes up. And by the way, that's not even a photo of him standing in front of Toronto. Like he's in Toronto. That's a ripped off Getty Photos images skyline of Toronto with him superimposed on. Like,
of course.
He couldn't even just take a picture of him with Toronto at sunset. He had to plagiarize, whatever. Rob Carbone, billionaire zone. So we scroll down for trolls on the radical left. I know. All contents on this website have been removed for political reasons. If you still cannot understand that, clearly you're an idiot. Integrity, trust, honor.
Clearly you're an idiot.
Furthermore, it's so petulant. If you want verification of my company legitimacy, not company's legitimacy, not corporate legitimacy, my company legitimacy. I'm your attorney. Shoot an email in the contact form, and one of my attorneys will make contact.
You have one attorney. I have several.
Yeah, no, there's no.
Got him.
Now for the normal people.
Wait a minute.
Rob Carbone, founder and CEO, London Burke Inc. Not of, just CEO London Burke Inc. You know, I like Tim Apple Inc., for example. Marilyn Lockheed.
Tim Apple.
Yeah, like it's not Tim Apple of Apple Inc. It's Tim Apple, Apple Inc. Or Marilyn Lockheed, Lockheed Martin, not Marilyn Lockheed of Lockheed Martin, because of course those are their names. So, a philanthropist, a mental health advocate, Carbone, a father. That is the weirdest clause. That's such a weird clause. What? A philanthropist, a mental health this is the sentence. Bear with me. A philanthropist, a mental health advocate, Carbone, a father. And,
actually, I think it's a command. Carbone, a father.
oh yeah, bona father. Yeah, and that's what he'll be doing on his porn site when it launches next month. An accomplished entrepreneur and global innovative business leader with success as one of. And you'll notice he has this weird, like, accomplished entrepreneur and innovative. That's a repeat phrase that he actually uses all the time. Like, that's his, like, go-to when he wants to, like, tout his business. Like, no synonyms, no rephrasing. It's always just that phrase. With success as one of the top private traders in global investment and private financing. Carbone. And by the way, he trademarked his name if it's in all caps. That's actually a legal trademark, apparently. Solely launched and founded London Burke Inc. Rob Carbone, setting the standards of excellence in his business endeavors, is now running for the office of the Prime Minister of Canada. Well, sometimes it's the office of the President of Canada.
Yeah, this is fake news.
Oh, I love that.
Minister.
He's got his about for his company, London Burke Inc., established through non-disclosure agreements. Who opens their company with like, hey man, we got a non-disclosure agreement. You can't talk about what we do.
It's like Fight Club, man.
Yeah, it's like nobody
talks about Fight Club.
The only organization that could do this and not look like an MLM scam is the CIA. So, and has knowledge to trade secrets.
Oh shit, we're talking about them.
The security and international relations information is classified. By the way, what? Oh, that's right. They probably did like $10 of business with a company in Detroit. Okay. The security and
international relations.
Well, maybe Iran. He did have the Iranian flag. Maybe they were skirting the sanctions. Confidential and restricted to. Oh, I love how redundant this is. The security and international relations information is classified. It's also confidential, and in addition, it's restricted. It's a vacuum, a vortex, and a black hole. We can classify
militarism, imperialism, neoconservatism.
They're all synonyms. Wait, but like, why not just say it's restricted to public? So insecure. By the way, no Oxford comma either. Whatever. He's Canadian, but whatever. Carbone stepped down as CEO, London Burke Inc., and dedicated his time to people. His strong sense of well-being. Oh, by the way, this is a common go-to. He uses this all the time. This is a common one. You'll see this everywhere on Carbone stuff. His strong sense of well-being for all humanity guides his philanthropy. That phrase means nothing. What does that mean? His strong sense of well-being for all humanity guides his philanthropy. What philanthropy? He's a scam artist.
Hey man, we went over all his charities. You know, Women for Carbone, the Gays for Carbone, Muslims for Carbone.
No, that was for Trump.
Oh yeah.
Stock images for Carbone. The stock images for plagiarized text for Carbone.
You know, honestly, with the incoming lawsuit, maybe his charity will be the Gettysburg Images.
Look at this, and keeps him devoted to his vision of transformed government to a more people-focused democracy. Well, I mean, he's a snake oil salesman. What do snakes do? They go
focus.
Like he's a snake, man. He has stepped up to lead the Republican Party of Canada. Find out more. Oh yeah, London Burke Inc. There it is, 23 Bedford Road. So National Telegraph looked into it. He's never actually occupied that address. So just a heads up, that's fake. Also, copyright 2010 to 2020. It's not even updated to current year, whatever. Find out more.
Oh God, how much more can there be?
Wait, what else? Oh, that's right. It takes us to his stupid political page with the store and the the wine and all that stuff. Okay, contact us.
It's been thoroughly explored.
Okay, name, email, phone, business URL. Tell us about your business needs. We will get back to you with solutions. This site is protected by reCAPTCHA, Google privacy and terms of service apply. Londonberg Inc. is a private company. Okay.
Not a
Yes,
public
yeah.
company.
Okay. Well, at least it doesn't say content is protected this time, but that, wow. I can actually double click and not have it a stupid. Oh.
Clearly, he hasn't updated this website enough.
Oh man. Okay, so that
was a crash course of the good old Carboner.
if you guys would like to get up to date on the rabbit hole of Carbone, watch parts 1 and 2 with Carl and Wyatt, where we spend about 4 hours altogether going through the rabbit hole, and wow, it's insane. Absolutely asinine, insanity, man. Like just the stuff that like middle-aged, disillusioned Canadians will fall for these days. I mean, honestly, okay, I guess this is a serious point. It does kind of go to show you how failed our political system is when you got Trudeau simping China, and then Aaron O'Toole gets to be the leader of the Conservatives, calls him out on it, and talks about how Trudeau is in bed with Huawei, and then goes and hires the former vice president of Huawei to be his director of outreach. Okay, whatever. I guess we're just going to ignore that. Has the Muslim Brotherhood associated outreach. So basically, no matter who we get, we're getting the Muslim Brotherhood, or we're getting Huawei. Great, wonderful, unbelievable. So in that political climate, can't necessarily blame those middle-aged boomers for seeking a Trump-like figure. I mean, that's basically what happened. That's why he has unironic fans. That's how bad Trudeau is. Like, if Trudeau wasn't prime minister, Rob Carbone probably wouldn't be anywhere near as popular as he is. And more than just Trudeau, if the conservative leadership weren't as shilly for China as they've been, he wouldn't have a case. They'd just be regular people. But unfortunately, this is what happens when the status quo, or the establishment, whatever you want to call it, refuses to get with the program and actually stand up for Canadian interests. It allows grifters like this guy to step in and claim that they'll make Canada great again. So, whatever. Anyway, Rob Carbone, we're not done with him. He's releasing new content every day. It's gold, hilarious stuff. And yeah, we're going to keep on monitoring the situation. So
what a character.
Probably not on Ghoul Gang Rising. This was just funny, but probably not anymore. We'll
I think I'm good. I think I've seen it.
Probably.
Maybe if he has a foreign policy video.
Yeah, he's done foreign policy stuff before, but most of his stuff is focused on like pets and lawsuits and how he wears suits and how he's presidential and how
suit up.
Like he's stronger. He basically talks about how he would win against Trudeau in a boxing match. That kind of stuff. Like he's just
it's real man talk right there.
Oh, absolutely. Very manly man.
Anyway, rights believers
this video exists.
Is to say we have to stay there permanently because we have to protect the women. As if the reason why we were there was to protect the women. As if that was the original.
That's not what people are saying. No.
So you were right though, Kyle. He's not going with we're there for Afghan feminisms. You're right.
We got involved for our own national security reasons, and it just so happens that us being there is a boon for the women of the country. Kyle, right. Next, you suck.
Reason that was given.
StreamYard.
StreamYard. It was a 2-second pause. Come on, dude.
A 2-second, also known as a Haas.
Yeah, it worked fine for like 20 minutes of pausing earlier for the Biden stuff.
And the whole purpose of the war. I got news for you. That's not even close to the purpose of the war. And I got a bridge to sell you if you think that the Pentagon and the U.S. military, their primary concern is human rights of women around the world. Our top ally is Saudi Arabia. They're imprisoning women's rights activists right this second.
What? Hold on. Our top ally is Saudi Arabia?
I'll be back. I gotta get water.
No. Try the United Kingdom schmuck. I miss Rob Carbone. Bring back hashtag bring back Carbone. Oh, gonna hurt myself there, guys. This is hell. Henlo, Reece. This is what hell is like. Okay, I have something to say.
You're wrong about the UK, by the way. I looked into it. Kyle's right. It actually is Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, and obviously we're not completely on board. You know, not us nor the country is necessarily on board with the treatment of women there, although it is moderating to a degree thanks to Western influence, and women are gaining ground, gaining more rights much more quickly than many other countries in the region. Let's say this. It is completely to the benefit of global stability and U.S. national security to have countries that are liberal and democratic and do not treat their people oppressively. So, yes, you could actually make the case that we're there for the transgenderisms.
Yeah. By the way, we have a medical emergency in the audience. Our sponsor is suffering from carbon dioxide poisoning. That's actually a banger of a comment. That's great. Wow. I mean, just the memes that come out of this. I mean, what was one of the new memes tonight? Oh yeah, Reese's name format or formula. That was good. We had the moose.
Roos.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You gonna nuke a moose? Which I love about that, because it's like, does the guy not know that Canada doesn't actually have nuclear weapons? I mean, whatever. But.
Gotta seek the U.S.'s approval on that.
Yes, yeah.
We will target the moose, the meese.
The roos.
They're going down. The true enemy of mankind.
Wow.
Kyle is utterly tarded. Like, this is just, you couldn't make, like, I almost said you couldn't make this up. I literally called this. I know what he's going to say.
I know you called it.
Well, actually, technically, there wasn't the intention of going into Afghanistan.
I wonder what Kyle's going to say the intention was. Is he going to mention national security, or is he going to mention opium?
You know what that is, though? That's because you have that recognizing pattern recognition of patterns.
I'm a good pattern recognizer and a recognizer of patterns.
Imagine like you bought a soup can in a grocery store and it said on it like description and then it had the text and then it said ingredients and then it had ingredients and then like as if ingredients are in and of themselves an ingredient.
I mean, I guess technically they are.
What has to go through your mind to write that, by the way? Like he's in his 50s, I think, like $13 billion. Like, by the way, no, not 13 billion, not even 1 million. Like, but Kyle, well, actually, Kyle's an actual millionaire. So, well, I don't know that for sure, but
I suspect he is.
There's no way he's not. Like, he'd have to spend all of his money basically by this point
on swag.
On swag. I mean, I know he spent $25,000 on his studio, but like he fundraised the money for that. That didn't come out of his Patreon. So.
The green light bulbs, they cost a good, $100,000.
How does that cost $25,000? Like, I mean, I know he's got equipment in the background for lighting and everything, and he's probably got a good computer to process it. But I mean, even if he had a $5,000 PC, which I bet he doesn't. I don't know. I mean,
it should all at most cost $10,000.
But like my studio looks better, and mine's just like what I have. Like I didn't actually like. I mean, apart from the equipment, like the background I had before I even did YouTube. So
yeah, apparently this is a $25K studio. Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Utter waste. Kyle's stupid.
I mean, I know. By the way, I'm not even necessarily claiming like it was a scam or something. I really think he did spend $25,000 on it, but like, I'm just wondering how
stupidly.
Because if he could just ask for more Patreon money if he wanted just more money for swag, but whatever. Because that microphone that he's got there, I'm pretty sure that's a $500 microphone. So
yeah, I see that. I see that brand all the time.
Yeah, that's like what is that? A Shure? I think it's like an SM7 or something. That is 2% the cost of the studio. So usually,
Kyle is a future Dave Ramsey caller.
That's right. He calls in Dave Ramsey, and Dave Ramsey's like, "Okay,
I fucked up, man.
Yeah, what's your annual income?" And he's just like, I don't want to say it." And he's like, "Why not?" And it's like, "Well, might not have the same amount of patrons anymore if I said it." And it's like, "Oh, so you're like a YouTuber or whatever?" And it's like, "Yeah, some could call me a Kremlin grifter." It's like, "Oh, okay, I heard that pays well." It's like, "Yeah, it does." It's like, "Okay, so what's your income?" He's like, "Yeah, so I make 300,000 a year." And Ramsey's like, nice, very nice. And how much debt do you have? And he's like, I don't have any debt or anything. And it's like, oh, okay, so that's good. You're rocking. What seems to be the issue today, Mr. Cow? And he's like, he's like, well, you see, here's the thing. I got a new studio. I spent a lot of money on the studio, but everybody says it doesn't look like it's worth very much money. And like, I just feel like maybe I wasted my money. And Dave Ramsey's like, he runs the calculations and he's just like, sell the studio. That's it. That's his answer. Like his answers always sell whatever it is, right? So that's the meme.
Wow.
Because like, that's the joke. Homeless guy calls into Dave Ramsey. And Dave Ramsey's like, oh, well, how do you get to work? Do you drive? Do you have a car? He's like, no, I walk. And Dave Ramsey's like, sell the legs. That's the meme, because he always tells you to sell. Whatever it is, always sell. Always sell. It's usually like car debt and stuff. That's the meme, which, by the way, Dave Ramsey's awesome. Everybody should check out Dave Ramsey. Arthur did a video about Dave Ramsey. It was pretty funny. That was a few days ago. Everybody, like on his channel, Arthur Eats Art, go check it out. That was good. His graphics, his design, really funny stuff. Really high caliber. Not Rob Carbone. Carbone is lame. He's like the opposite of Arthur. Arthur's original, creative. Rob Carbone is unoriginal and unoriginal. See what I did there?
Notorious plagiarist and gun abuser, Rob Carbone.
Well, he's an unoriginal. Look, basically, here's what you're getting with Carbone. You're getting unoriginality, plagiarism, and unoriginality. That's what you're getting with. It's like that dude. It's like that dude who one time he called me gay, cringe, and gay. So like, but whatever.
You're double gay.
Double gay.
You're double stuffed gay.
Not single gay. Double gay. So, I guess I should be scared or something. Whatever.
Got him.
Yeah, Kyle's there in the image right there. He's just like, dude, you're double gay. You need to get help.
I knew it.
Second, and we give them money and weapons and support. If we really, we're doing a crusade for women's rights. Really? So when are you invading Saudi Arabia?
Pragmatism. No. Oh my God.
He just did. What about Saudi though?
What about Saudi? Why are you supporting Saudi?
I've literally done 2 videos that were basically both just what about Saudi though. Actually, did I only do one on that one? I think I still need to remake that one actually because I had bad lighting in the first one. Anyway, did a video. What about Saudi though? It's a classic go-to response. Send it whenever anybody does this meme. What about Saudi though is a disingenuous argument because if you say to him, I agree, Kyle, let's invade and crusade against Saudi. He says, no, what about Iran? It's not it's not in good faith. He's just trying to move the goalpost. That's all it is. He's not actually saying you should do something about Saudi. That would be imperialism. So
it's almost like you can do something out of pragmatism. It's almost like we live in a world where you don't always have the best choice of strategic partners. Not everyone's going to agree with you. Not every state's going to be quite at your level.
That's right. But you know what? When you tune into the adventures of Kevin and Reece, you're always upholding Jean Kirkpatrick thought. So,
Kyle's in desperate need of this pill.
Yeah, no, he needs.
How can you care about women if you support Saudi Arabia? Except that's not. We don't support Saudi Arabia because they oppress women.
He doesn't get it. He thinks we're like fans of the system that they've got over there, which, by the way, it is reforming. Like MBS recently overturned the kafala labor laws, for example, that basically like made slaves out of you know, a lot of people that weren't Arabs and stuff. Because that's a problem in the Middle East. A lot of these Gulf states, they'll take people in from India and basically have them be like slave labor. So they are slowly moving in another direction. What's Iran doing? Oh, that's right. They're executing thousands of people for being gay and stuff.
Kyle wants us to be on good terms with everyone.
That's right.
Pointless. What a mouth breather.
Now, I don't want you to invade Saudi Arabia, but if you were...
Wait, he just admitted it.
Yep.
That's right. He just admitted it. He just admitted it was a disingenuous. Wait, oh, you're not supposed to say that part. Otherwise, that undermines your argumentation.
And honestly, I mean, we knew that. We're not exactly surprised by that because, you know, if Kyle believes that a state is fascistic or bad in any way, he doesn't support doing anything about it.
That's right.
They have sovereignty. You can't invade. That's wrong.
Yeah, that makes it a lot worse too, because that's him saying he's fine with what they do in Saudi Arabia, which we're not even.
So at least the neocons, when it comes to Saudi and Afghanistan, the neocons are 1 for 1. Kyle is 0 for 2.
That's right. And that's not even 100% true, because the whole thing about the Kirkpatrick doctrine is that you have leverage to exert your influence over your allies. Like the idea that, like, would MBS be reforming in these directions if America didn't exist? No. Like, he does that so he can stay a U.S. ally. So
yeah, obviously it's 2-0 versus 0-2, but Kyle's just. Yeah. Well, I felt so bad for Kyle. I thought I'd give the neocons an L.
Well, and if we were to bring this up to Kyle about the Kirkpatrick pill, he would say, like, look at these guys. You know, all that they ever talk about is that old fart dude, Gene Kirkpatrick, and what he had to say, right, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Because, like, just like Mr. Haspel, Mr. Gina.
It's like Chris Kirkpatrick.
Yeah. I think he brought him in. Be like the CIA. I think. Probably. Maybe.
I think. Oh, no.
That's the problem with Kyle.
Or if you
that's the problem.
Wow.
There are many problems.
Standards around the thing you're pretending to have principles and standards on, you would want to invade Saudi Arabia and topple the government and foster a women's rights revolution. Instead, they imprison women's rights activists, and you're like,
why? Okay, I know I made this point before. we can't go forever, but does he not understand the messaging that would send to the world that if you invade a dictatorship that is very loyal to work with you, it actually goes out of its way to get on your good side and even work with Israel, whereas they used to want to go to war with Israel. And they help you with oil on Russia, and they help you against Iran and everything, and intel sharing and whatnot. If you go and invade them, nobody's ever going to work with America again. Like, understand that. Like, if that's the message you send, that you're willing to backstab your loyal allies, that's incredible. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that. That's crazy. Then what incentive would anybody ever have to cooperate with the U.S. ever again? Unless they were like literally the U.K. and had a bunch of trade with America.
Cooperating with the U.S. is imperialism.
That's right. Kyle lives in America, by the way. He doesn't actually live in Russia, which makes this all the more stupid.
Yeah, in case people didn't know.
Well, no, Peter Lavelle makes the same kind of talking points, but he lives in Moscow. This guy still lives in America. Like, he hasn't walked the walk yet. At least Peter Lavelle lives, in the state.
He admires Snowden. He admires Lavelle. It's time to move out, Kyle.
Yeah, why not be like Lavelle and Snowden and all those?
It's time to uproot your studio.
That's right. I'm just imagining like his new studio is like it's in the Kremlin. Like Putin gives him an office in the Imperial Palace, and so when we call him Kremlin Kyle, it's like he's literally in the Kremlin. He's Kremlin Kyle.
It's where you belong.
Cool. You want more money and more weapons? It's almost like you don't really care about women's rights.
No.
So, do you understand what's going on here? This is a dirty trick.
No.
To try to defang anybody who would make the anti-war argument. Oh, I guess you want women to be...
The results of you withdrawing, and actually the results of what's going to happen now because of White Flag Joe, is that women will suffer immeasurably. That is the reality. You're not addressing it. You're trying to defang. You're trying to make the war seem like a good thing. Yes, a war to at first topple the Taliban and then to keep the Taliban from regaining power is a good thing. It's good for the region. It's good to prevent a growing caliphate. It is good for U.S. national security. It is good for our partners and allies in the region. It's not good for you, though. Actually, no, it is good for you. It's been good for you milking it. For all it's worth, every other video of yours is about fucking Afghanistan, despite you not knowing a fucking thing about it and failing to address what people are actually saying. What activists are saying, feminist activists on the ground saying, don't withdraw. Please do not withdraw because this is what's going to happen to us. Fuck you. What a piece of shit.
Be enslaved permanently.
That was a funny thing.
AOL Kyle up noises.
Oh, let's bring it back. This is terrible, man. This is one of his worst videos. I'm already feeling it.
By the way, I'm actually kind of tired. I don't think we can get through the full video. We'll have to pick up on this one next time, I think. It's just...
I blame Kevin for subjecting us to 2 hours of Rob Carbone.
It was like an hour, but I mean...
an hour that I'll never get back.
Yeah, but you'll also forever never have it back and never get it back. And ingredients, and description. I know.
You're a gay. A gay.
A double gay. You're two gays.
That's how gay you are.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean, again, this is what we're talking about. I love how it's like Canada and America holding hands. It's like he can't even enter the United States or he gets arrested. So.
Permanently. You want us out of Afghanistan? How dare you? You must really hate women. That's what this is. And corporate media goes right along with it.
That's not what that was saying at all, by the way. It wasn't making any accusations of misogyny. It is pointing out. It's so funny that Kyle reads it that way. Harboring any feelings you want to tell us about?
Yeah, Chief? I know, right?
No, it was simply saying, here are the very realistic consequences of your actions. Is that worth bringing up? Kyle? Kremlin cow? No. Apparently not. Apparently, Kyle reads that as, oh my God, you're calling me a misogynist. How dare you? It's a dirty trick.
Dirty trick.
Kyle, you're a dirty trick.
CNN goes right along with it. I love that. Precipitous withdrawal. Precipitous. We've been there 20 years. At what year is it not?
Time does not matter when the mission's not complete.
Precipitous. If at 20 years in, it's precipitous. 21 years? 25
You're
years?
dumb. You're
47.
so dumb. Imbecile, idiot, moron, tard. I'm so sick of him. Vortex. His mind is a black hole of logic and reason.
Ingredients.
More ingredients.
Certified organic and love.
Oh,
AOL.
you're dumb, son.
Well, that's a meme, right? I mean, this is Bolton's response here. He's like,
Kyle is a graper. Changed my
what
mind.
the hell am I watching right now? Like,
utter trash. Utter complete. Not even an attempt being made on his part.
How do you have almost 1 million subscribers?
He's like, you know all those other videos I made on Afghanistan? Yeah, let's just do that again. Throw in a little bit of, Graper-esque talking points. Yeah, that'll be fun. Kyle, this is fucking embarrassing. You are terrible. You are a terrible content creator.
Yeah, Bolton is not
That's
impressed.
stupid, kiddo.
Not impressed.
If Kevin's not going to roast this, I'm going to roast this. Fuck this. This
Well,
is
I'm
terrible.
kind of tired, honestly, at this point.
Kevin can sleep. Kevin can sleep through the dunking. Let Kevin #let Kevin sleep. Look at that face. Oh, he's gonna lay it out for you. He's got his hands spread. And here I am. I'm giving you guys the real truth, the real pill. They're trying to call you all misogynists. Well, actually, no. The real feminists don't care about women anywhere except America. Let me go, Kevin. Let the dogs loose. Let the hounds chew at the face of this cow.
The hungry hound.
The hungry hound. Hit it, Johnny.
Kyle, you're dumb as shit.
7 years. How many years before you?
What?
He's clearly
oh.
slow.
We need to go back. That freeze frame was gold. Oh, look at that.
25 years. 47 years. How many years before you wouldn't describe it as a precipitous withdrawal?
1,000.
Imagine calling it and it's not even like you could say in the time frame that Trump
1408.
gave us that is precipitous. No, they penned this deal a while ago and gave us plenty of time to May 1st, months and months and months, and they're like, oh, but we can't.
Months.
Oh yeah. Clearly you can get a lot accomplished. You can salvage a country between now and May 1st.
No, Arthur's right. It's literally almost 4 a.m.
It's almost 5 a.m. What's your excuse?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I got to work tomorrow, or today, I should say. But yeah,
That's a good point.
I don't think I can make it through the rest of the video. Kyle is so stupid. I know.
Weak shit.
We're gonna be here for like another hour though. We're 3 minutes through an 11, almost 12-minute video. Like, come on. I don't think we can do it.
All right. We'll do it. We'll do it next time.
We'll have to pick up next time.
There's going to be some serious clamping down on Rob Carbone tangents in the future.
In the future. I mean, I will say about the Carbone thing, he's one of the most popular LOLCOWs. Like, it's him and Haas. Those are the two popular ones that people have loved dunking on in the regular show. On this show, on Ghoul Gang Rising, it's Kyle. So you get all three basically tonight. We talked about Haas, we talked about Rob, we talked about the cow. So
yeah, I don't even know what you're going to put in the title of this one.
I know what I'm going to put. I'm usually capped on character limits. Got about 50 characters to work with. I'm going to put ingredients, description. No.
Genius.
No.
Well, we'll leave it at that, and I insist we pick this one up next time because this is a terrible video that deserves full retribution.
I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree.
when we're at our best, clearly.
Yeah.
But
war.
we'll leave it at that. But thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for sticking by for 10 episodes of us losing our minds slowly but surely.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a journey. It's been an adventure. It's been a voyage. Other Carbonisms.
It's been a vortex. So also,
vortex.
some could say a black hole. Some could say a vacuum. Some could say a description. Some could also say a description. Some could say an ingredients. Others could say company legitimacy. Others could say attorneys. Others could say, I'll sue you. Others could say, no, I do suit up. I suit up all the time. Except for when I'm at home lounging, when I wear my sweater, and I've always got that hat with my name on it.
I just thought of the worst crossover of all time.
Oh,
imagine if you get your attorney in contact with Rob Carbone, and his attorney emails you back, and his attorney is Haas.
Well, he used to be far left. Like he used to be like a really progressive, like far lefty.
Well, as soon as Trudeau's out of power, he'll go back to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, like within a year or two, he switched. He decided that he wanted to try being like Canada's Trump, and
you know what's funny is Ian Stevens wants to be Secretary of State, but honestly, this is a more legitimate future for Ian Stevens. Is to be a Rob Carbone.
That's right. Well, Rob Carbone does have one person in his crew, Chris Sky or whatever. He calls himself the Minister of Finance, but I know it's stupid. There is a Minister of Finance in Canada already in the Liberal government. If they were the main opposition, they would be the shadow Minister of Finance, but they're not. That's the Conservative Party. So they're nothing. They were talking about how they're going to take over the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, and then because the Canadian Infrastructure Bank controls all the other banks and tells them what to do, that they were like going to like dominate the Canadian banking system. Here's the one problem with that plan, though. That's not actually how it works. The Canadian Infrastructure Bank only really handles like some infrastructure projects and stuff. They don't actually control the other banks. They don't know that, so.
I'll tell you who controls the banks.
I mean, maybe somebody Kyle's alluded to with some of his dog whistles. Who knows? Who knows?
We all know.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the people that run an apartheid state, right? You know, it's those Dutchmen in South Africa, right? That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. You know, those Dutchmen, and they're big fans of Nikki Haley down there. You know, they got 6 nukes.
They're big fans of milk. Got milk? I want to see a got milk ad with Richard.
Oh my god.
Or at least Nikki Haley. They need to endorse her.
Enough of our audience is talented enough and actually goes to the effort to make memes. Somebody might actually make that as an advertisement. That's actually possible.
You see Nikki Haley 2024 got milk.
Got milk. It's like, well, I got milk. Richard wants some of the milk, but he ain't having it. Like,
don't abuse poor Nikki.
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances it comes up at one of the debates too? Just in theory, like, this one's to Nikki Haley. Whenever we've gone to, you know, check out your tweets, all the replies are always milk. Can you explain that?
We should. I don't want to do it. I don't want to jinx her, but I almost want to go to all her tweets and respond with a milk emoji.
I know. It's actually bad. I went over how it's actually unironically problematic that whenever a female runs for president or whatever, they have to deal with this shit. Like, because Trump didn't have to deal with that from, like, you know, women or whatever. There was no equivalent of milk from female Trump fans. That wasn't a thing. Like, I mean, sure, there were probably some women that were obsessed with Trump, but they didn't make a total meme of it on Twitter like that. I think what Richard has done, I mean, hell, you could say Tulsi too has kind of suffered from that effect where they just get sexualized. I mean, I don't like Tulsi, I despise Tulsi, but I do think it's a problem when, if you're a woman, the second you run for president or whatever, you have to deal with that kind of shit. Like, he DM'd her daughter.
Ugh.
Like, what the fuck?
Mr. Smith. Sorry, Agent Smith. You got a problem, bro. Get some help.
When
Seriously.
she blocked him over it and told him to stop, he said that it was worth it because she knew who he was now.
Classy.
He called me a grifter 4 days ago, but it was only brought to my attention today because he didn't tag me in it. He just wrote Kevin Cassidy. He didn't do @Kevin Cassidy.
Quit
Funny.
grifting, Kevin.
Call me a grifter. He called me a bigger grifter than Ian Stevens.
He only called you a grifter because you called him a grifter.
No, that is what you are.
He should have said that. That would have been hilarious.
That would have been a classic response. It's like, no, that is what you are. Imagine he quote tweeted that. So it's like his audience is reading that they're grifters.
His audience. What fucking audience?
What, don't you follow Richard Smith? I mean, I don't follow Richard Smith, but apparently he has like 1,400 followers or whatever. I know. See, that's the other thing. That's the thing about Twitter.
That's more followers than Carbone.
I know. So it basically encouraged. Yeah, but Carbone's 4 followers are all billionaires. It's billionaires only.
I see.
Apparently, that's what he said. So, the thing about the milk thing with Richard, though, a lot of the people on Twitter, to some extent, kind of encourage it. Like, oh yeah, we love you, Richard. That kind of probably don't do that with the sexual harassment shit. That's all you gotta say. Like,
It's all a meme, bro.
just a meme. Except it's not. Like, he's actually serious about it. I mean, there's speculation he's a troll. Probably. He's been at this for 10 years now, so probably not.
For what purpose? What does he get out of it?
He was obsessed with Sarah Palin, and now he's obsessed with Nikki Haley. I mean, you could ask that about any of these stalkers. What do they get out of it? They're fanboys, but like their stans, I mean,
somebody needs to send a bunch of anti-simp memes to Richard.
Yeah, he would call them Nikki Haley haters. That's what he would call them. He was tweeting today about how Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio are communists and Nikki Haley haters. I mean, it's shit like that makes
it's just because they're potential competition.
Competition to Nikki Haley, and he wants to drink Nikki Haley's milk. So
yeah, you don't want any DeSantis milk. Ugh.
No.
Gotta get the pure grade Nikki Haley milk.
And you think like it has to be a troll. I'm convinced it's not. I'm convinced he's dead serious. I'm convinced he's telling the truth when he tells us his location and all of his personal details and all that shit. Like, I really believe that is the Dutchman. Dutch Haley fan. That's who he went by before he got banned on that account for sexual harassment. So.
Somebody should make an account called Nikki Haley Hater. And tweet under all of his tweets.
I'm pretty sure that one already exists. I mean, there's Nikki Haley fan is an account, and Nikki Haley fan is also an account, and they tweet. And then there's Bentley Haley fan, which is the dog posting one.
Oh my god!
Like he spawned a rabbit hole of like accounts that will often regularly post stuff. No, I think he's serious. I really think he's serious. I mean, Lauren Witzke, that was her impression of Nikki Haley, was like, this is what your followers believe in? Because he was talking about enslaving the working class. And then all the responses were Mel. They're like, there's no way Nikki Haley isn't aware of it. She has to be aware of it. I know there was a debate around that too. I think she knows. I agree with you, Reece. I really think she knows.
She has to. She absolutely has to.
In the same way that I know Kyle, even though I don't know for a fact, I know Kyle is aware of the Kremlin Kyle nickname at this point. There's no way he's not aware of that. Likewise with the Nikki Haley.
Kraut used it. Of course he has to know about it.
Kraut, well, he didn't just use it. He said that it was the best nickname ever when he was on the show.
And he put it in a song.
That's right, Kremlin Kyle.
We should get that clip from the Kraut video.
Yes. I messaged him the other day. He's a pretty busy guy. He actually had a premiere out today, but he did say he wants to do an interview. He said, like, some point in a few months, and that was a couple months ago. Maybe we'll get something happening. Who knows? But he's an incredibly busy dude. So, but he's one of the best YouTubers out there. I mean, his stuff is top notch. So everybody should go check it out. And his next one is going to be on Korea. So after he's done the Mexico series. So.
I'm sure it's all CIA propaganda.
Oh, let me guess. He's going to claim that the North started the war, right?
Oh, clueless Western chauvinism at its finest.
Let me guess. He's going to say that the documentation between Kim Il-sung and Stalin proves that Stalin gave him permission to start the war. But those.
What more do you need?
No, but because you're an imperialist, you just believe what the CIA tells you in the schools. It's the South started the war.
I'm smart. I believe what Kim Il-sung tells me.
Ah, yeah. See, like, you don't want to believe what the CIA gets, like, the kids brainwashed with in the schools. You want to believe what the Room 39 brainwashes the kids with in the schools. Pyongyang. Okay, whatever.
Genius.
Genius. Like, that's big brain. It's like, oh, yeah, I don't fall for the CIA propaganda. I fall for Korea Central Television propaganda.
That's a meme. That's a meme too. There's this really awesome meme format I don't see enough of, where it was this like triggered Wojak looking at Bush, and Bush talking about how we need to fight the jihadists, and the guy's like, that's Islamophobic.
I don't believe that.
And then Winnie the Flu says, we need to lock up the Uyghurs. Yes, that's based.
That's right. That's right. They're just fighting terrorism, man. It's like, meanwhile, America tries to fight terrorism. That's imperialism and genocide.
Oh, yeah, American fighting terrorism. You need to pull out. You need to leave. You need to stop that shit.
You are not welcome, man. That's their homeland.
That's illegal, man.
Yeah, whatever happened to this is their country kind of thing. What about the Uyghur people? I mean, China just invaded that territory. Like, it's not even like historically China. The same thing with Tibet.
It is now, bitches.
They just invade the same way Putin did with Crimea, and then enough time passes where everybody's just like, oh, I guess it's part of China now, and then we move on. But like, that was invaded by the communists. Whatever.
Well, yeah, they in the end, when they win, they'll redistribute all the land.
I guess
appropriately.
Maybe the Uyghurs
to the oppressed people.
A human sacrifice and just like preemptively do their own genocide so that Xi Jinping can carry on the great legacy of Chairman Mao and all the peoples. So, whatever. Anyway, we have actual people that make these kinds of arguments in the real world, and they're total brainlets. They deserve to be called out, and that's what we do at this show. And that concludes the 10th episode of Ghoul Gang Rising. So be sure to subscribe to this channel. Also, be sure to subscribe to Reece's channel. I do 2 videos a day. And, if you want to support what I do, check out my Patreon.
I do no vids a day.
So, we both upload quantities of videos. We're like the same person. I do 2, you do 0. Same thing. Description.
Quantity.
Yeah. Video quantities of videos. I mean, that's another theme, by the way, with our opponents. Their spelling always sucks. Their grammar is always dismal. And they don't really have a concept of how to use punctuation properly. I mean, just simple shit, too. Never mind the foreign policy. I mean, come on. I mean, ingredients.
Muslim Voices for Trump is for Rob Carbone.
With a stock image. Stock images for Rob Carbone will empower plagiarizers to vote for Rob.
This woman loves Rob Carbone much.
The funniest thing is, like, it's one person. It's his personal phone number. Like, he's supposed to be a billionaire. Nobody. Like, attorneys, what attorneys?
He has a vibrant campaign. What are you talking about?
That's right. I mean, I've never seen so much plagiarism and so few content is protected web pages. Content is protected.
Alert! Alert!
No, it's mine. I stole it first. That's basically what that website, the vibes they give off. No,
It's also
mine.
it's also China's narrative on the Uyghur territory.
That's right. And Tibet and
It's
everything.
mine. I stole it first.
I stole it first, man. They stole it second, man.
Actually, it sounds a lot like Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that was the apartheid state we were referencing earlier, not actually the Dutchman in South Africa. So there's that. So.
Dutch. Actually, they should make an account called Nikki Haley Dutch fan.
Like Dutch apartheid fan or Dutch milk fan, Dutch dog fan. Just Bentley picture.
Wow, I love Indian women.
I mean, what's next? Is he gonna DM her dog?
Wow, you are a male dog.
No, he's just gonna message Bentley Haley, just like Bentley is a very cute dog, and then Bentley Haley's going to respond with, "No, that is what you are." And he's gonna be like, "Yay, you acknowledged me," and it's like.
It was, and then he gets blocked. It was worth it for the acknowledgement.
Yes, at least Nikki Haley's dog now knows who I am. He is a very, oh yeah, he's a wonderful dog. I wonder if he's ever called Bentley Haley a wonderful person. That'd be fun. Because he always calls Nikki Haley a wonderful person. Imagine
a wonderful dog.
No, a wonderful person. Bentley Haley is a wonderful person.
Oh man!
By the way, Bentley has the best reactions. Every photo of him is always like, "Yikes!" Like you know, that dog knows this shit. Like, I mean, we're having a debate over whether Nikki Haley knows. Her dog knows about this shit. Like, come on, look at his facial expressions. You ever see those pictures of him? He's always like, "Yikes!"
We need a new series of memes where it's Bentley and it's like, this is your face when you read a tweet from Richard Smith.
Yeah, before we go off air, I guess I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm talking about, because if you had any doubt as to whether or not Bentley Haley was aware of the memes, he's aware of the memes. He knows about the milk. He knows about all. He's probably had his DMs on Twitter and Instagram harassed. This is Bentley Haley. Look at his eyes. He's like, get a life, bro.
Look at this guy over here.
I mean, he's just looking at it at Richard's tweets, just like, get a life. Because like Nikki Haley's all like happy and everything, and Bentley's just like, oh man, I've seen some shit.
Don't let go of me.
Like, I mean, think about it this way. Every moment on Twitter is Richard's bra moment. It's never not a bra moment. So it's kind of amazing he doesn't have more followers, actually, considering. Kyle's like, oh, I should take cues. I'm just imagining a Kyle video comes out saying, like, what's the fuss about Nikki Haley's milk? Calling it like,
oh, Jesus.
I know.
Please don't, Kyle. Don't do that. Actually, no, you can do it, but what he's gonna do is he's gonna be like, I knew there was something wrong with the neocons.
Yeah, he'll like bring up a Richard Smith tweet and just be like, this is one of the neocons on Twitter. Look at what he had to say about Nikki Haley. And that's what Lauren Linsky. She didn't know. She just thought it was a Nikki Haley fan.
I mean, it is, but it's a very special one.
Imagine they did bring that up on CNN. Like, this is what one of your fans had to say. It's like,
yeah, any comment?
Yeah,
Ambassador?
that's one of my fans. And I do not associate with him. And then he goes to Twitter and says, yes, she acknowledged me.
It was worth it. 10 years of obsession was worth it.
Technically, it was 7. 3 of that was for Sarah Palin.
7 years of obsession was worth it.
I know. Unbelievable.
Are you drinking milk, Kevin?
No, I'm drinking Anglo water.
I should, I do have some milk. I could have been drinking that. Maybe next time.
Well, Richard isn't, so there's that.
Oh.
I know.
I wonder. Hold on. Wait a minute. I wonder if this is terrible. I wonder if he ever.
Because the entire primary season, if she decides to run, it's always going to come back to these stupid milk memes. Like, it's always. I know.
I wonder if Richard, if he ever just drinks normal milk, but he imagines that it's Nikki Haley's milk.
I have a better.
Nikki,
I wonder,
thank you.
I wonder if he's ever drank. No. But Reece, I'm flipping it. I wonder if he's ever actually drank normal milk, and Nikki Haley didn't cross his mind. I don't think that's happened. That's what he's known for. He's known as the milk guy. That's
the milkman.
Yeah, that's what everybody on the internet knows him as. Like 4chan, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Facebook.
I'm fucking dying, man.
It's so stupid.
It's stupid, more like fucking disgusting.
Stupid nerd. Are you a nerd?
Oh, man. That is a sign of infantilization right there, if there ever was one.
He won't debate me. He's an elitist, but he's too poor to afford a microphone.
Even though he has a phone.
I know.
Anyway.
We're going to wrap this up right now. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. And I will see you in the next video. And we'll be back next week for another round of Ghoul Gang Rising. Take care, everybody, and stay based.
Drink your milk.